Chapter 29:13. Die. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, holding the blood-colored sword in his hand. He did not retreat at all and slashed towards the sword light. He had full confidence in the current blood-colored sword. Because the current blood-colored sword's power had already reached the level of a sovereign divine weapon, facing the dragon's sovereign divine weapon, it was not without the power to fight. Not to mention, it was just a sword light. Clang. In an instant, the blood-colored sword and the sword light collided, and a destructive wave immediately rolled out in all directions with this place as the center. The sky fell and the earth cracked, the void was annihilated. The end of the world was nothing more than this. Not good. The faces of the ancestral dragons changed drastically. Once this wave drowned Divine Dragon Island, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sovereign Divine Realm, Longzuan roared. At that moment, dazzling divine light gushed out from the sacred mountain. In an instant, a huge barrier appeared, enveloping the entire Divine Dragon Island. The billowing waves swept out, but they were all blocked outside the barrier. That's right. This was the sovereign divine realm. Even if the Ice Dragon's barrier was broken, there was still the sovereign divine realm to protect Divine Dragon Island. However, although the waves were blocked outside by the sovereign divine realm, the sovereign divine realm was also distorted and trembling. It seemed that this was already the limit it could bear. My lord, his slaughter domain is too strong now. I'm afraid even the sovereign divine realm can't block it. Looking at the distorted sovereign divine realm, the 10 ancestral dragons were worried. Longzuan was silent. Do you think I'm still that Qin Feiyang? A mere sword light, and you want to stop me? Shatter for me. Qin Feiyang's roar resounded. Crack. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the sword light shattered on the spot. Terrifying. It's really terrifying. The ancestral dragons looked at this scene, their eyes trembled, and their bodies turned cold. The power of this slaughter domain was on a completely different level from the previous battle in the internal sea. The power of the slaughter domain was only equivalent to a revived heaven-defying artifact. And this time, the power of the slaughter domain had obviously surpassed the heaven-defying artifact and reached the level of a sovereign divine weapon. Buzz. At the same time, another dazzling divine light rushed out of the sacred mountain, and another sovereign divine realm appeared. That was right. There were 2 sovereign divine realms here. A sovereign deity domain enveloped the Divine Dragon Island, protecting the dragons. Another sovereign's divine domain enveloped the entire inland sea, turning it into a cage. The last time Qin Feiyang had entered the inland sea, he had been trapped between these 2 overlords and had almost lost his life. Because they were trapped in the middle, they could not kill their way into Divine Dragon Island or leave the inner sea. He was like a turtle in a jar. What is it? You want to imprison me again? Qin Feiyang glanced at the sovereign realm in the sky and sneered at Longzuan. Longzun remained silent. In the past, I would have fled the inner seas without hesitation the moment I saw a sovereign's divine domain. But now, Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disdain as he continued, not even a sovereign realm can stop the sword in my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-red sword and rushed into the sky, slashing at the sovereign divine domain that had yet to take shape. World-destroying edge. With a loud bang, the sovereign divine domain that had yet to take shape shattered on the spot. Longzuan's pupils shrank slightly when he saw this scene. He remembered that the last time Qin Feiyang had faced a sovereign divine domain, he had relied on 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts, the Sunset Divine Bow, and the 3rd stage of the Slaughter Domain to barely break through the sovereign divine domain. But this time, just the Slaughter Domain had crushed the sovereign divine domain as easily as crushing dry weeds. Although the sovereign divine domain had yet to take shape, it shouldn't have been so weak. The only explanation was that everything he had seen before was not a dream. The Slaughter Domain had really reached the level of a sovereign. This was undoubtedly a nightmare for the dragons. Today is different from the past. Back then, the Slaughter Domain was only at the 3rd stage. But now, the Slaughter Domain has entered the 4th stage. I'm not afraid of a sovereign divine weapon. Clang. Qin Feiyang was domineering. He grabbed the blood-red sword with both hands and swooped down, slashing at the sovereign divine domain that had enveloped Divine Dragon Island. Quickly enter the sacred mountain, Longzuan roared. Whoosh! At that moment, Wang Chang and the 10 great ancestral dragons rushed towards the sacred mountain without looking back. At the same time, the Prince of Dragons also appeared with the Princess of Dragons from the Dragon Palace and rushed into the sacred mountain like lightning. But Longzuan didn't move. She raised her head and stared at Qin Feiyang and the blood-red sword. In fact, there was still a trace of luck in her heart. She hoped that the sovereign divine domain could block Qin Feiyang. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the blood-red sword fell, tearing through the sky, and fiercely bombarding the sovereign divine domain. The sovereign divine domain immediately trembled, and a small crack appeared. Seeing this, the great ancestral dragons hurriedly shouted, "My lord, quickly come to the sacred mountain." But Longzuan turned a deaf ear and continued to stare at Qin Feiyang. Clang! Qin Feiyang was like a god of war. His blood-red hair fluttered as he held the blood-red sword and slashed at the sovereign divine domain again. Crack! The crack on the sovereign divine domain instantly became bigger. Sigh. Longzuan sighed. He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly entered the sacred mountain. Just as Longzuan entered the sacred mountain, Qin Feiyang attacked the sovereign divine domain for the 3rd time. At that moment, accompanied by a deafening sound, the sovereign divine domain shattered. The sovereign divine domain opened once every 10 years and lasted for half a year each time. In other words, once the sovereign divine domain shattered, it would have to wait 10 years before it could open again. Therefore, the sovereign divine domain was no longer able to pose any resistance to Qin Feiyang and the others. Let the battle begin. Qin Feiyang looked at the sacred mountain and waved the blood-red sword in his hand. Thousands of sword chi suddenly turned into a frenzy and rushed towards the Divine Dragon Island. Boom! Crack! At that moment, the Divine Dragon Island began to collapse and sink. Wherever the sword chi went, the mountains and rivers were all shattered and annihilated. Lord Longzuan, what should we do? All the dragons and humans on the sacred mountain fell into an uncontrollable panic. Useless thing, you're already afraid? Longzuan roared. Everyone's faces were pale. They didn't dare to contradict Longzuan, nor did they dare to face Qin Feiyang. There was only despair left in their hearts. Longzuan took a deep breath, turned to look at the sacred mountain, and said respectfully, "Lord Divine Weapon, the dragons are in danger, please help us. Lord Divine Weapon, please help us." The 10 ancestral dragons knelt on the ground respectfully. "Lord Divine Weapon, please help us." The other dragons and the millions of humans also knelt on the ground once again, their expressions incomparably pious. "Beg it. Then you might as well beg us to be merciful." Madmen laughed loudly in the distance. If it was any other time, the dragons would definitely be furious. But at this moment, no one cared about madmen. All of them looked at the sacred mountain pitifully. Boom! The frenzy formed by thousands of sword chi was about to reach the sacred mountain. Clang! It was also at this moment. Inside the sacred mountain, the sound of a sword suddenly reverberated. The next moment, rays of divine light emerged and turned into a barrier that instantly enveloped the entire sacred mountain. Boom! The sword chi frenzy bombarded the barrier, but it was actually blocked by the barrier. Lord Divine Weapon is mighty. Seeing this scene, the dragons immediately became excited. Clang! At the same time, inside the sacred mountain, the sword cry became louder and louder, and the sharpness and aura it emitted became more and more terrifying. Qin Feiyang felt this oppressive aura, and his expression became solemn. Clang! All of a sudden, a milky white light rushed out from the sacred mountain and charged towards Qin Feiyang at a terrifying speed. This speed was so fast that even Longzuan couldn't catch it. Then there was no need to talk about Qin Feiyang. He couldn't lock onto that light at all, let alone see what it was. Not good. That's the sovereign divine weapon's true body. Be careful. The sunset bow's artifact spirit suddenly roared. Divine weapon's true body. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. It seemed that the sovereign divine realm still chose to protect the dragons. Then this battle was unavoidable. Since he couldn't see it, Then he wouldn't look. Qin Feiyang directly closed his eyes and used his heart to sense. Still closing your eyes, isn't this courting death? Princess Dragons looked at Qin Feiyang's reaction and couldn't help but sneer. Wrong. For someone like him who has a strong sense of battle, it's easier to see everything clearly with his eyes closed. Prince Dragons shook his head. Brother, what time is it now? Why are you still praising him? Princess Dragons frowned. It's the truth. The prince of the dragon clan smiled. There wasn't even the slightest bit of tension from him. And previously, everyone was pleading for the sovereign divine weapon to help, but only he didn't. He seemed very calm and composed. Not to mention anything else, just this mentality alone was enough to make people admire him. Boom. That light finally arrived in front of Qin Feiyang. It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang, who had his eyes closed, suddenly raised the blood-colored sword in his hand and swung it forward. Clang. Immediately, along with the appearance of sparks, a world-destroying aura erupted from this place. Did you see that? If he keeps looking with his naked eyes, he might not be able to block this sword. The prince of the dragon clan said with a smile. Humph. Princess Dragons's face was full of displeasure. The prince of the dragon race glanced at the princess of the dragon race. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and muttered, "Let me see how much potential you have." Clang. With a collision, the light formed by the sovereign divine weapon disappeared again and attacked Qin Feiyang from behind. Swish. But Qin Feiyang's speed wasn't any slower than the sovereign divine weapon. With a turn of his body, he slashed out again. Clang. The two collided once again. Heaven and earth turned into chaos, and destructive waves of air were earth-shattering. The sunset divine bow and other heaven-defying divine weapons protected madmen and kept retreating. It could be said that the shockwaves from the collision between the blood-colored sword and the sovereign divine weapon, even the heaven-defying divine weapons didn't dare to take it head-on. Madmen frowned and said, "This battle, we don't seem to be able to intervene. Is there even a need to say that? This is a battle between sovereign divine weapons, we can only watch." Sunset Divine Bow said. But, Qin Feiyang's slaughter domain can only last for half an hour. If this continues, it won't be good. Madman was worried. Then there's no other way now. I only hope that before the slaughter domain ends, Qin Feiyang can destroy this sovereign divine weapon. As long as this sovereign divine weapon is destroyed, then with our strength, we will be able to wipe out the dragons. Sunset Divine Bow said with a murderous aura. Kid, you can do it. Madman raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. His hands clenched together as he muttered. Chapter 29:14. Clang. Rumble. High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang and the sovereign divine weapon continued to clash. In an instant, they collided more than a dozen times. Destructive airwaves surged wildly in all directions. Qin Feiyang, aren't you afraid of implicating the creatures in the north, south, west, and east? More than that. I think the north, west, south, and east are already in a terrible situation. Blood is flowing like a river. The ancestral dragons sneered. Since the sovereign divine weapon had already made its move, of course, they had nothing to be afraid of. Because in this ancient world, no one could defeat the sovereign divine weapon. A bunch of idiots. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. If the creatures of the divine land had not been moved in advance, would he have made his move? He was not distracted by this. He was fully focused on fighting the sovereign divine weapon. Aren't you afraid of implicating those innocent creatures? You are indeed a heartless person. The ancestral dragon sneered. Sigh. The Prince of Dragons sighed helplessly and looked at the ancestral dragon. Uncle Black Dragon, can you stop talking? The ancestral dragon was slightly stunned. He looked at the Prince of Dragons and asked, Your Highness, what do you mean? Do you remember last time, Qin Feiyang brought the Sunset Divine Bow and other heaven-defying divine weapons to attack the Divine Dragon Island, but suddenly stopped? The Prince of Dragons asked. Yes. The ancestral dragon nodded. Then have you thought about why he stopped at that time? And why did he choose to attack the Divine Dragon Island 2 months later? The Prince of Dragons said. This, the ancestral dragon could not help but frown. Let me tell you. As expected, he has already moved all the creatures of the divine land to the Black Tortoise realm or to the 4 major regions in the past 2 months. The Prince of Dragons said. Moved. The dragon god's face stiffened. That's right. We dragons are imprisoned in the divine dragon island. There is no one guarding the entrances of the north, west, south, and east seas. Now, any creature can enter and leave the divine land at will. So what you said doesn't exist at all. I'm afraid there's no one left in the divine prefecture, the Prince of Dragons said. Damn it. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. This is Qin Fei Yang. No matter what he does, he will arrange everything in advance, eliminating all the worries in the future. At the same time, it also means that he has made up his mind to fight us to the death today. Therefore, today's battle not only concerns the fate of the humans, but also the fate of us dragons. The Prince of Dragons said. The Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon snorted coldly and said, Don't be afraid, we have sovereign divine weapons. Sovereign weapon. The Prince of the Dragons murmured as he looked at Qin Fei Yang and the sovereign divine weapon. He shouldn't have doubted the existence of a sovereign weapon. After all, sovereign weapons were invincible existences. But now, looking at Qin Fei Yang's calm face, he couldn't help but wonder if the sovereign divine weapon could really kill this person. High in the sky. Although Qin Fei Yang had been in a defensive state, the battle was extremely fierce. Moreover, because the speed of the sovereign divine weapon was too fast, his situation was also extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. After all, this was not a supreme-level artifact, nor was it a heaven-defying artifact. It was a sovereign divine weapon. A divine weapon of this level was equivalent to the ruler of this world. However, although they had been fighting for so long, until now, Qin Fei Yang had never seen the true appearance of the sovereign divine weapon, so he still didn't know what kind of artifact it was. Clang! Thousands of sword chi swept across the sky. Qin Fei Yang kept waving the blood-colored sword, disintegrating the attacks of the sovereign divine weapon again and again. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Fei Yang suddenly opened his eyes, 2 rays of divine light burst out, and sneered, The sovereign divine weapon is only SOSO. Although only 100 breaths had passed, he had already figured out the trajectory of the sovereign divine weapon. As his voice fell, he grabbed the blood-colored sword with both hands and slashed to the left without hesitation. He didn't hold back his strength. Clang! In just an instant, the blood-colored sword and the sovereign divine weapon collided in the void, and a destructive power suddenly rolled out. At that moment, the sovereign divine weapon was sent flying, revealing its true appearance. It was a milky white sword, more than 1 meter long and 3 fingers wide. A holy dragon was engraved on the sword, vivid and lifelike. This is the sovereign divine weapon. Lord Longzuan, what is this sovereign divine weapon called? Everyone on the dragons looked at the sovereign divine weapon with awe in their eyes. Because many of the dragons had seen the true appearance of the sovereign divine weapon for the first time. It's called the Dragon God Sword, Longzuan said. The Dragon God Sword. Everyone murmured. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared, The Dragon God Sword, quickly kill this child. Yes. Lord Divine Sword, quickly kill him and restore the might of our dragons. Blood Dragon Ancestral Dragon and the others also roared. Longzuan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly scolded, Don't be rude to Lord Divine Sword, and don't order him. The 10 ancestral dragons were shocked and quickly shut their mouths. That's right. How could the sovereign divine weapon be ordered by people like them? If they were not careful, they would anger the Dragon God Sword and leave them, the dragons, alone. Then the end of the dragons would come. The Dragon God Sword. Qin Fei Yang muttered, glancing at the Dragon God Sword, and said, As a sovereign divine weapon, instead of protecting the world, you are helping the Avilders. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? This sovereign's duty is to protect the dragons. The Dragon God Sword actually responded to Qin Fei Yang. What a good duty. Qin Fei Yang was so angry that he laughed, grabbed the blood-colored sword, and slashed out. Immediately, a blood-colored sword chi roared in the sky, charging towards the Dragon God Sword. Clang! At the same time, the Dragon God Sword's divine light shone brightly, and a milky white sword chi also appeared. Like a huge wave, it blasted towards the blood-colored sword chi. The two sword chis collided fiercely. The wind howled, and the world darkened. A destructive aura crazily surged in all directions. Not only the inland sea, but more than half of the north, west, south, and east were also destroyed. Today, the land of the gods was destined to be destroyed. Your duty is to protect the dragons, and Qin Fei Yang's duty, is to protect the world. So, today, I must destroy you. Even if you are a sovereign divine weapon, I will step over your body and bury the dragons with my own hand. Qin Fei Yang held the blood-colored sword, and for the first time took the initiative to attack. The blood-colored sword's edge was monstrous, and it tore through the chaos, as if it was a sword that could split heaven and earth. At the same time, it also carried Qin Fei Yang's monstrous anger, and charged towards the dragon god sword. Destroy this sovereign. You are the first human who dares to say such a thing. But you will also have to pay the price for it. The heavenly dragon god sword's voice was imbued with an immense might, as if it were the ruler of heaven and earth. The sword chi surged, and they transformed into a heavenly dragon, which pounced toward Qin Fei Yang with bared fangs and brandished claws. Don't be too confident. Qin Fei Yang's hair billowed in anger, and he raised the blood-colored sword and slashed at the heavenly dragon with all his might. Boom! Following an earth-shattering boom, the heavenly dragon formed by the sword chis was instantly pulverized in the void. Qin Fei Yang used the movement seal, and he instantly approached the heavenly dragon god sword. The blood-colored sword hummed, and he directly slashed at the heavenly dragon god sword's body. Clang! The two divine weapons clashed. Although the blood-colored sword was formed by Qin Fei Yang's killing intent, it had to be known that at the same time, it also absorbed the blood of countless living beings. It carried with it the will and determination of countless living beings. It was even harder than divine metal. It was a sovereign divine weapon, a super-killing weapon forged with the blood of countless living beings. When the sword fell, the heavenly dragon god sword was immediately sent flying, and sparks flew in all directions like dazzling fireworks. And on the blade of the sword, there was a gap. How is this possible? The dragon sovereign exclaimed, and his body couldn't help but tremble. The blood-colored sword actually damaged the heavenly dragon god sword? Was this a dream? The heavenly dragon god sword was a sovereign divine weapon. The various ancestral dragons, Wang Chang, the group of human supreme beings, the countless dragons, and the millions of humans were all dumbfounded. The power of the slaughter domain had already reached such a level. It could even damage a sovereign divine weapon. Even the prince of the dragons, who had always been in a calm state, couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. So the slaughter domain could be this powerful. What an eye-opener. However, the price was also quite high. In order to open the slaughter domain, who knew how much blood Qin Fei Yang had absorbed? Originally, according to the secular world, he was a true devil. But the key point was, the world didn't think so. In the eyes of the world, he was a hero. This might be the reason why the dragons were too cruel in the past. If the dragons could treat people with courtesy and rule the world with benevolence and righteousness, why would the humans and living beings of the ancient world hate the dragons so much? In other words, it was the dragons who had achieved Qin Fei Yang's current status and prestige in the hearts of the world. The so-called people's hearts were in favor of this principle. Thinking of this, the prince of the dragons couldn't help but look at the dragon sovereign and the others. It seemed that his mother and the various ancestral dragons hadn't realized this yet. High up in the sky, the heavenly dragon god sword floated in the void, and the divine light was dazzling. It didn't move. It seemed to be surprised that the blood-colored sword could hurt its body. Do you feel embarrassed? It was actually hurt by a blood-colored sword condensed from killing intent. Qin Fei Yang looked coldly at the dragon god sword. The dragon god sword was silent. You're wrong. This isn't just a simple blood-colored sword. Do you know? The blood I absorbed didn't force any living beings. Whether it's humans or beasts, they all did it willingly. And most living beings have an obsession in their hearts. And that is to destroy the dragons and end the inhumane rule of the dragons. So, I'm not fighting alone. All living beings are fighting with me. My will is their will. Today, the dragons must be destroyed. You can't stop it. Qin Feiyang roared. The blood-colored sword bloomed with a monstrous blood-colored light, turning the world into a blood-red color, like a scene of Azura purgatory. Within the blood-colored light, one could vaguely hear the roars of countless living beings. The dragons must die. Chapter 29:15. Clang. The sword slashed out as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. Bloody light surged in all directions. What kind of joke is this? A bunch of ants trying to defy the heavens? The dragon god sword snorted, its tone filled with disdain. Clang. Then. The dragon god sword shook violently, releasing an apocalyptic aura that tore through the chaotic zone and met the blood-red sword. Clang. The two divine weapons clashed once again, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Puff. Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. A crack appeared on the blood-red sword in his hand. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? Previously, it could suppress the dragon god sword and even damage the body of the dragon god sword. But now, it was no match for the dragon god sword. You think you can challenge me with this little ability? You're overestimating yourself. Now, I'll show you the true power of a sovereign divine weapon. Let me show you how terrifying it is. The dragon god sword's words were full of disdain. Boom. As its voice fell, the light emitted by the dragon god sword became even more dazzling. The aura it released also became more and more terrifying. Not good. Qin Feiyang, the sovereign divine weapon is awakening. The roar of the sunset bow suddenly came from afar. Awakening. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. That's right. A sovereign divine weapon could be awakened. Previously, the dragon god sword had not awakened at all. Awakening and not awakening were two completely different levels of existence. Take a heaven-defying divine weapon for example. A heaven-defying divine weapon that had not awakened was at most a little stronger than a supreme divine weapon. But a fully awakened heaven-defying divine weapon had the terrifying power to destroy a continent. These were two different concepts. It was too careless to have overlooked such an important point. One had to know. This kind of carelessness could be fatal. Thinking of those fatal consequences, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the Heaven Dragon God sword that had yet to be awakened was already this powerful, then how terrifying would the Heaven Dragon God sword be after it was awakened? Clang. The Heavenly Dragon God sword trembled incessantly as divine might and sharpness engulfed heaven and earth. It was as if a peerless divine king was awakening. At this moment, not only the inland sea, but the entire divine land was shaking. The mountains and rivers were collapsing crazily. The earth continued to sink. The magma was like a fire dragon, roaring out from the ground. Even the North Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and East Sea had huge waves. What is this aura? The Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, and the Sword Emperor, who were in charge of the four seas, were all standing in the air above the sea, watching this scene in shock. This seems to be the aura of a Dominator divine weapon. The sovereign weapon's aura actually reached this place? Could it be, the sovereign weapon has been awakened? When the four thought of this, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Although they hadn't seen the awakening of a Dominator divine weapon with their own eyes, they had seen the awakening of a heaven-defying divine weapon. For example, when Qin Feiyang first entered the Divine Land and fought with Long Zun in the North Sea. In that battle, heaven-defying divine weapons such as the axe and the sunset divine bow were unsealed and fully awakened. In the end, not only did it affect the entire North Sea, but even the northern region was destroyed. The creatures in the northern region were also killed and injured. One could imagine, if that battle hadn't happened in the North Sea but in the northern region, the entire northern region would have been reduced to ashes. If a heaven-defying divine weapon was already so terrifying when fully awakened, then a Dominator divine weapon would be even more terrifying. Perhaps the entire divine land would have fallen into doomsday. What about Qin Feiyang? Wouldn't Qin Feiyang, who was in the inland sea and fighting with the dragons, be in even more danger? They really wanted to see and help, but guarding the four seas was also very important. Because, if the dragons were desperate and sent people to the four regions to kill the innocent, then the entire ancient world would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was not what they wanted to see. And Qin Feiyang was worried about this, so he asked them to guard the four seas. So, for the sake of the people of the ancient world, they could only endure and pray in their hearts. Above the inland sea, this place had completely turned into chaos, as if the world had not been created yet. The wind was howling, and the sword energy was roaring. The aura emitted by the dragon god sword had reached an unprecedented height. It was no exaggeration. The current aura of the dragon god sword was enough to flatten the entire northern region in an instant. Qin Feiyang's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. At this moment, the dragon god sword had far surpassed the blood-colored sword in his hand. This was the awakened dominator divine weapon. Not only Qin Feiyang, but the madman, the sunset divine bow, and other heaven-defying divine weapons were also panicking. They had already retreated to the coast of the inland sea. But even so, the terrifying aura emitted by the dragon god sword made them feel as if the Grim Reaper was summoning them. "Snowflake, bring me over," Qin Feiyang suddenly roared. His voice was like a bell that resounded in all directions. Snowflake on the coast heard this and used her power of law to open a spacetime tunnel. Qin Feiyang suppressed the aura of the blood-colored sword and retreated into the spacetime tunnel, appearing beside the madman. The madman said solemnly, "This seems to be out of our expectations." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then what do we do now?" the madman asked. "If we want to destroy the dragons, we must first destroy this dragon god sword. I will try my best. You guys go to the castle first to avoid being implicated. Wait for me to destroy the dragon god sword before you come out," Qin Feiyang said. "Can you do it alone?" The madman frowned. "I have to do it even if I can't," Qin Feiyang said word by word. Now that the arrow was on the bow, there was no turning back. "Okay. As long as you destroy the dragon god sword, leave the rest to me," the madman said. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman in a daze and then smiled. "With your words, I can go all out and fight with it. Death can be as light as a feather and as heavy as Mount Tai, just go all out." The madman patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang nodded and then waved his hand, sending the madman, sunset divine bow, and other heaven-defying artifacts to the castle. Then, Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh and instantly disappeared as well. The power of the blood-colored sword was far from enough, it needed to absorb more blood. In an instant, he appeared on the coast again. A day outside was 1,000 years in the Black Tortoise world, so it didn't take long for him to go in and absorb blood. At this moment, he was like a killing god. Whether it was his eyes or his hair, they seemed to be condensed from blood. His entire body was covered in blood-colored flames. These were flames condensed from killing intent. He had opened a killing domain several times before, but none of them were as terrifying as today. That strong killing intent was unprecedented. The power of the blood-colored sword was also a level stronger than before. Swish. Suddenly, he raised his head to look at Divine Dragon Island, his eyes surging with blood-colored light as he muttered, "Then let's go all out." Boom. At this moment, Qin Feiyang held the blood-colored sword and charged into the inner sea, heading straight for Divine Dragon Island. Compared to before, his expression was a bit more ruthless and slightly sinister. At the same time, the dragon god sword also sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and the blood-colored sword. It tore through the chaos and charged straight at Qin Feiyang. More than 10 breaths passed. The two met in the air above the inner sea. Without a word, they directly killed each other. Clang. The sharpness of the two divine weapons continued to clash. Every time they collided, there would be an explosion that shook the heavens. Crack. With each collision, the blood-red longsword cracked continuously. Ants will always be ants. The dragon god sword snorted coldly, its edge was peerless, and there was no longer any damage on the blade. There will be a day when an ant can defeat an elephant. Qin Feiyang's ruthless aura became more and more terrifying, and the blood-colored light in his eyes became more and more intense. Like a demon king, the blood-colored sword constantly waved. Clang. The sword chi swept across, tearing apart all directions. How's the battle situation? Divine Dragon Island. All the members of the Dragon Clan were staring at the battlefield. But because the battlefield was far away from Divine Dragon Island, many of the weaker dragons and humans could not see it clearly. However, a supreme expert like Long Zun was able to clearly sense it. They were extremely shocked in their hearts. Although Qin Fei Yang was at a disadvantage, that unyielding spirit made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. They asked themselves, if it were them, they would have long given up in the face of the sovereign divine weapon, let alone continue to fight so crazily. Putting everything else aside, this child was indeed an amazing person. It really makes me more and more excited, the Prince of Dragons murmured, with a trace of a smile on his face. This person was worthy to be his opponent. Only this man was worthy of him defeating and subduing. Boom. Clang. The battle had reached its climax. The aura and sharpness of the Heaven Dragon Godsword continued to soar. Obviously, it had not entered a state of full recovery. Moreover, no one knew how strong it would be when it entered a state of full recovery. Perhaps even Long Zun did not know this point, because since ancient times, the sovereign divine weapon had never truly recovered. A divine artifact of this level was an enigmatic existence. Only when it revealed itself could one truly understand how terrifying it was. However, Qin Fei Yang was not afraid. When the slaughter successfully entered the fourth stage, he also had a new understanding of it. Since the slaughter could enter the fourth stage, it would definitely become stronger, as long as there was enough blood. Crack. The cracks on the blood-colored sword were increasing in number and density. It was like a layer of spider web that would shatter at any time. Boom. Clang. The two divine weapons collided once again. Poof. Qin Fei Yang spurted out blood in anger. His entire body was sent flying like a meteor. The blood-colored sword was also on the verge of shattering. Swish. However, in an instant, he disappeared. But the next moment, he appeared in the sky above the inner sea. The cracks on the blood-colored sword had disappeared. That's right. Not only could fresh blood increase the power of the blood-colored sword, but it could also repair the cracks on the sword. Although it was only for a moment, the slaughter had absorbed a large amount of fresh blood in the western region of the Black Tortoise world. Not only was the blood-colored sword repaired, but its power had also increased by another level. Again, Qin Fei Yang roared. The blood-colored sword carried a world-destroying sharpness and once again clashed with the Heaven Dragon Godsword. Chapter 29:16. Black Tortoise Realm. Fire Lotus, Yi Zhong, Qin Batian, White-Eyed Wolf, Mermaid Princess, and the others had been watching the battlefield outside. Their faces were filled with pride and worry. How terrifying was a sovereign divine weapon? Qin Fei Yang could fight with a sovereign divine weapon to this extent. As friends, brothers, elders, lovers, masters, and subordinates, how could they not be proud? Similarly, in the face of such a terrifying sovereign divine weapon, they were also worried. They were afraid that something bad would happen to Qin Fei Yang. Misfire Lotus. Suddenly, two figures rushed into the Devil's Land. When they saw the scene in the sky, they were shocked. These two were Pai Lupi and Theta Wang. They had brought 2 seas of blood with them. The fresh blood was collected by them. You're here. Fire Lotus looked at the two and smiled, but her smile was very forced. Yes. We're here to bring you blood. The two nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Fire Lotus looked at the two gratefully. It's not hard. The two shook their heads and looked at the scene in the sky again. What kind of divine weapon is that? It's so powerful. It's a sovereign divine weapon that surpasses divine weapons, Fire Lotus said. Hiss. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that Qin Fei Yang would be fighting with such a terrifying existence. The most important thing was, even in the face of such a divine weapon, Qin Fei Yang did not give up. Who in the world had such a spirit? The sovereign divine weapon did not give up. We can't give up either. Theta Wang, let's continue. Let all the creatures in the Black Tortoise realm contribute their strength. Pai Lupi roared. Okay. Theta Wang nodded. The two immediately put down the two seas of blood, turned around, and broke away like lightning. Pai Lupi and the others are right. Even Qin Feiyang hasn't given up. We can't give up either. All members of the dragon-slaying palace, listen up. Offer your blood immediately. We can only win this battle. We cannot lose. Lu Zhengyang shouted. Outside. Although he had the protection of the slaughter domain, Qin Feiyang was already covered in wounds, dripping with blood. However, he did not retreat even half a step. Activating the battle character formula, the movement character formula, the blood sword in his hand, he madly clashed with the dragon god sword. Clang. Suddenly, along with a loud sound, another crack appeared on the blade of the sky dragon divine sword. You're courting death. The dragon god sword was also enraged. This was already the second time. Although it was a sovereign weapon and could quickly repair this hole, this was undoubtedly a humiliation to it. Clang. The sharpness and aura of the dragon god sword soared once again. Following closely, it slashed at Qin Feiyang. Accompanied by a loud clang, the blood sword immediately broke in the middle. The sword chi of the dragon god sword slashed at the slaughter domain with irresistible force. Crack. The slaughter domain also cracked. A sword chi swept into the slaughter domain and blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Puff. Immediately, Qin Feiyang was sent flying, blood staining the sky. The battle armor formed by the battle character formula was also shattered on the spot. No matter how strong the slaughter domain is, it can't stop the sharpness of this sovereign. This is a sovereign weapon. The dragon god sword shouted coldly and released thousands of sword chi, which turned into a torrent and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. It's too early to be proud now. Qin Feiyang shouted and disappeared in an instant. Qin Dage, you can't absorb anymore. Otherwise, this bloody and murderous aura will sooner or later occupy your consciousness and reason. When Qin Feiyang appeared in the sky above the western Blood Sea, Fire Lotus also appeared and shouted. It doesn't matter. Qin Feiyang shook his head. With a shake of his body, the blood in the Blood Sea below immediately rushed into the slaughter domain. The cracked slaughter domain immediately healed. The broken blood sword was also instantly repaired. And with a large amount of blood rushing in, the power became more and more terrifying. However, Fire Lotus clearly noticed that Qin Feiyang's face became more and more ferocious, like a beast. His eyes were like condensed blood, exuding an unprecedented coldness. And the bloody aura on his body had also reached an astonishing level. The slaughter god bathed in blood was referring to Qin Feiyang at this moment. She was very worried. But she couldn't stop it. Because they had already reached this step, no matter who it was, they wouldn't give up easily, let alone Qin Feiyang. Even if he knew that absorbing blood would eventually cause him to turn into a demon, he wouldn't care. When the power of the blood sword soared to another level, Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world without hesitation. Although a long time had passed in the Black Tortoise world, it was only a moment outside. That day, the sword chi of the dragon god sword turned into a torrent and rushed toward him. Qin Feiyang's eyes were surging with bloody light, like two blood moons, revealing a ruthless coldness. In the past, no matter how cold Qin Feiyang appeared, there was always a trace of pity in his eyes. But now, this pity could no longer be found. After absorbing too much blood, he had become completely cold-blooded. Now, there was only killing in his eyes. Clang. He raised his arm that was holding the blood-colored long sword and slashed at the torrent of sword chi. Boom. Immediately, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. The aura of destruction swept through heaven and earth. The torrent formed by the sword chi immediately dissipated in the void. Following closely, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, the blood sword shattered in all directions, and slashed at the dragon god sword with all his strength. Clang. When the two collided, they were forced back. Now, Qin Feiyang also didn't know to what extent the power of the blood-colored sword had been stacked to. He didn't care about that now. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to destroy the dragon god sword, no matter the cost. Kill. Boom. Qin Feiyang let out a furious roar, and once again attacked the heavenly dragon divine sword with his sword. His entire person was like a wild beast that had gone mad. That blood-red eyes made people tremble. Clang! The two divine weapons collided once again. Following a wave of world-destroying shockwaves, another gap appeared on the blade of the heavenly dragon divine sword. Moreover, it was several times bigger than the previous two gaps. Human, you have completely angered this lord. The weapon spirit of the dragon god sword roared. As a sovereign divine weapon, it was actually injured by a human again and again. This was simply a great humiliation. Clang! Accompanied by a sharp sword cry, a pitilessly terrifying aura suddenly roared out. Around the heavenly dragon divine sword, numerous enormous heavenly dragon phantoms appeared. 1, 5, 10, 50. A total of 99 sky dragon phantoms surrounded the dragon god sword, roaring and roaring. The dragon's might was monstrous. At this moment, the sense of crisis that Qin Feiyang felt was more intense than any other time. Those sky dragon phantoms were like the incarnation of the death god. At the same time, a terrifying pressure surged over. His body seemed to be frozen, unable to move. And under the impact of that sharpness and aura, the blood sword and the slaughter domain were also trembling and cracking. And he himself was bleeding all over, as if his physical body was about to shatter. So strong. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Could this be the full power of the sovereign divine weapon? Even in this slaughter zone, this blood-red longsword could not possibly block this sky dragon godly sword. This pressure, and this danger. It had only appeared when facing the small beast and the ice dragon. Could it be, after the sovereign divine weapon fully recovered, its strength had already reached the level of the small beast and the ice dragon? He could not help but panic in his heart. The small beast and the ice dragon were his most hated opponents, but also his most powerless opponents. If the sovereign divine weapon's power was really comparable to theirs, then would there be any hope of winning this battle? No. If he gave up, then not only him, but all the living beings in the ancient world would suffer the revenge of the dragons. The fighting spirit in his heart appeared again, but at this moment, another voice seemed to appear in his heart. What does the living beings in the ancient world have to do with you? You can't even protect yourself now, and you still care about their lives. This voice was ruthless and cold. Am I not doing this to protect them? To give the ancient world peace? Qin Feiyang roared in his heart. Peace? Do you think there is peace in this world? Look at the current Great Qin. Back then, you sacrificed so much for the Great Qin, but what happened in the end? Isn't there still endless conflict? Take your younger brothers and sisters for example. Which one of them doesn't desire power and status? So, your sacrifice might not be the result you want. Don't be too emotional. To you, these are purely burdens and burdens. Another voice sounded. Shut up. I can give up anything, but these emotions. If you want me to be a cold and emotionless person, then I'd rather die. If a person doesn't have any emotions at all, then what's the difference between them and a beast? Qin Feiyang roared in his heart, directly dispersing that voice. Then, he looked up at the dragon god sword and roared, I won't give up, never. Boom. The battle character art was activated again. At the same time, blood continuously appeared in the killing zone, crazily surging toward the blood-colored sword. This blood was the blood stored in the western region of the Black Tortoise world. In fact, he didn't need to enter the Black Tortoise world. He could still absorb this blood outside. Clang. As a large amount of blood flowed in, the blood-colored sword's power became more and more shocking, competing with the sharpness and aura of the dragon god sword. Is he crazy? A supreme expert roared in the dragons. Even now, he still hadn't given up. Even now, he still wanted to defeat the dragon god sword. What kind of monster was this? Could it be that the word give up didn't exist in his dictionary? Was this man respectable? Respectable. Was he hateful? Hateful. Because his goal was to destroy the dragons. However, this spirit of not giving up and not giving up was admirable. As for the supreme experts like Wang Chang, as well as the million people who had submitted to the dragons, their hearts were extremely complicated at this moment. For the living beings of the ancient world, Qin Feiyang had always been giving and working hard, even if he had to sacrifice himself. But what about them? They were also humans, but they had submitted to the dragons, harmed their own kind, and helped the Avildor do evil. In comparison, they were so ashamed that they couldn't show their faces. Chapter 29:17. The blood was endless. After the continuous absorption, the power of the blood-red sword had reached an unprecedented level. At the same time, Black Tortoise World, Western Region. At this moment, countless creatures stood above the sea of blood. There were humans and ferocious beasts among them. They were densely packed. Fire Lotus stood in the sky and looked at these creatures. She bowed and said, thank you very much. Miss Fire Lotus, you don't have to say that. The Lord Ruler gave us crystal veins, soul veins, and countless precious herbs. If it weren't for the Lord Ruler's selfless help, how could we have such a good cultivation environment? Not to mention such a comfortable life. Now that the Lord Ruler is in trouble, it's our duty to help him. Pai Lupi roared. All the humans and beasts nodded. Theta Wang said, isn't it just donating blood? As he spoke, he looked at all the creatures and roared, brothers, friends, with our cultivation, no matter how much blood we donate, our lives will not be in danger. But the Lord Ruler is different. He is fighting with the Lord Ruler's weapon outside. Although most of us don't know how strong the Lord Ruler's weapon is, with the word ruler, it's not hard to imagine that it's definitely not weaker than the Lord Ruler. Facing such a weapon, the Lord Ruler will lose his life if he's not careful. He's fighting on the front line, so we have to be his strong backing. We have to tell the Lord Ruler that he's not fighting alone, he has us. Live and die together, share trials and tribulations together. At the end, Theta Wang couldn't help but roar. His voice was like a bell that resounded in all directions. Live and die together, share trials and tribulations together. All the creatures present were also affected by Pai Lupi and Theta Wang's emotions and roared. Okay, let's bleed. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang waved their hands and cut their wrists first. Blood immediately splashed out and gathered in the sea of blood below. Bleed. Seeing this, the others and beasts also began to bleed. Especially the beasts. With their huge bodies, the blood in their bodies was several times more than that of humans. Blood gushed out. In just an instant. The sky above the blood sea was dyed red with blood. Fire Lotus's face was filled with gratitude when she saw this. She said telepathically, Qin Dage, with us here, you can fight without worry. Outside. Upon hearing the Fire Lotus's voice, Qin Feiyang extended his perception to the western region. Looking at that scene, he felt extremely grateful. The blood in his body couldn't help but boil. Not strong enough. Continue. Blood gushed into the blood-red sword. Clang. The blood-red sword trembled continuously, its sharpness becoming more and more shocking. Qin Feiyang himself was like a demon king. His long blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and his blood-red eyes emitted a shockingly vicious aura. Die. The celestial dragon godsword suddenly roared, and 99 heavenly dragons tore through the primal chaos, carrying the power to destroy the world as they madly attacked Qin Feiyang. I won't die, and I won't lose to you. Because there are billions of living beings behind me. What do you have? Qin Feiyang roared angrily. Clang. The blood-red sword trembled violently, and a destructive aura erupted. Kill. Following a hysterical roar, Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-red sword with both hands and slashed at the celestial dragon god sword. Roar. The sound of the sword was mixed with a loud dragon's roar. As the blood energy surged, 99 blood dragons appeared and danced around the blood-red sword, and a terrifying aura shook the surrounding. This sword could destroy all things. Clang. Boom. In an instant. The two divine weapons collided with a loud bang. The 99 blood dragons and 99 heavenly dragons also collided and fought crazily. This was a shocking scene, whether it was Long Zun and the others, or Yi Zhong and the others from the Black Tortoise world, they couldn't help but tremble. Even they couldn't interfere in a battle of this level, let alone ordinary people. No. This was no longer a question of whether they could interfere or not. They couldn't even get close to such a battle. Not to mention them, even if a fully awakened heaven-defying divine weapon entered the battlefield, it would be instantly shattered. And this was the enemy Qin Feiyang was facing at this moment. The celestial dragon god sword was an invincible king. Roar. Clang. As the intense battle continued, the 99 heavenly dragons and 99 blood dragons began to collapse. Blood light and milky white divine light dyed the surroundings. At the same time, the blood-red longsword and the heavenly dragon divine sword also had cracks all over them. Who can tell us the situation of the battle? On the sacred mountain of Divine Dragon Island, the weaker dragons couldn't see the battle clearly and couldn't help but roar. They're evenly matched. A supreme expert spoke, and his tone was extremely heavy. What? They're actually evenly matched. Everyone was shocked. The celestial dragon godsword had already awakened to such an extent, and Qin Feiyang was still able to match it. Monster, what a monster. At the same time, the celestial dragon godsword's weapon spirit was also shocked. Not only was the power of the slaughter domain strong, but it was also continuing to grow stronger. This had already far exceeded its expectations. It didn't want to admit it. But it had to admit that this young man in front of it was indeed an amazing figure. Roar. With the last dragon roar, the celestial dragon godsword and Qin Feiyang retreated at the same time. Whether it was the celestial dragon godsword or the blood-red sword in Qin Feiyang's hand, they were all covered in wounds. And those 99 blood dragons and 99 heavenly dragons had also completely dissipated. That's right. This confrontation ended in a draw. This made the celestial dragon godsword very angry. A dignified sovereign divine weapon was actually forced to such an extent by a human. It was simply a great humiliation. I won't forgive you, I won't forgive you. Rule of sword, sword domain. The furious celestial dragon godsword released waves of terrifying sword chi. As soon as these sword chi appeared, they intertwined and formed a huge domain, instantly enveloping Qin Feiyang. Rule of sword. Qin Feiyang was shocked. What's there to be shocked about? Even a heaven-defying divine weapon has the power of law, let alone a sovereign divine weapon like me. Have a taste of the terror of the sword domain. Sword domain, open. The celestial dragon god sword roared and immediately appeared in the center of the sword domain. Boom. Immediately after, a beam of divine light burst out. The calm sword domain seemed to have been activated in an instant, erupting with a monstrous power. In the next instant, countless sword chi emerged from the sword domain, each containing the power to destroy the world, as if it could shatter a piece of heaven and earth. At the same time these sword chi emerged, Qin Feiyang suddenly felt a sense of horror in his heart. Not only did his body sink into a quagmire, unable to move, but even his divine soul was terrified. The sharpness of the sword chi seemed to be able to ignore all defenses and directly threaten his divine soul. Human, prepare to face your doom. The celestial dragon god sword roared, and the sword chi suspended in the sword domain suddenly turned into a torrent, drowning Qin Feiyang. Shatter them for me. A fatal sense of danger rose in his heart. Qin Feiyang roared, but the hand holding the blood-colored sword could not be lifted at all, as if it was frozen. Whoosh! A sword chi swept over, directly passing through the sword domain, piercing through the armor formed by the battle symbol art, and piercing through Qin Feiyang's chest. A bloody hole appeared, and blood splattered everywhere. So strong. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Before he could react, a few more sword chi swept over, and a few more bloody holes appeared on his body. Directly passing through the sword domain, it seems that these sword chi can really ignore all defenses. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy, but his mind was extremely calm. The power of law, since this sword domain was evolved from the power of law, could it also be broken by the power of law? Thinking of this, he decisively activated the law of light. Clang. A pure white long sword materialized in the air. Profound meaning, sword of light. The long sword shone brightly, carrying a sacred aura, and slashed at the sword chi. Crack. However, the sword of light did not help Qin Feiyang at all. Instead, the sword of light was crushed by the sword chi. Not bad. You have actually comprehended the profound meaning ability. However, with your second stage power of law, can it be compared to my power of law? The celestial dragon god sword laughed contemptuously. Whoosh! A few more sword chi passed through the sword domain and pierced through Qin Feiyang's body. In a short while, Qin Feiyang's body was like a sieve that was riddled with holes. Blood was spurting out from his body non-stop. Quickly absorb it, Qin Feiyang roared in his heart. The blood in the Black Tortoise realm was still pouring into the blood-colored long sword. The power of law was not comparable to the celestial dragon god sword, so he could only rely on the sword domain now. Only by constantly absorbing blood and making the sword domain stronger could it forcefully break the shackles of the sword domain. Quick! It must be quick! Clang! The blood-colored long sword was buzzing and trembling, and its edge was getting more and more terrifying. Whoosh! It was also at this moment. The sword chi swarmed over. A few of them even went straight for Qin Feiyang's glabella. One must know. The glabella was the place that led to the sea of consciousness. If the sword chi swept through the glabella, the sea of consciousness and divine soul would be destroyed. In fact, both divine soul and divine soul would be destroyed. Clang! But at this critical moment, the aura of the blood-colored long sword suddenly soared to another level. A world-destroying aura burst forth from his body. Boom! Crack! The sword domain was shattered on the spot by this aura. Qin Feiyang finally regained his freedom. He immediately held the blood-colored long sword and slashed out. All the sword chi immediately collapsed. The hope of all the living beings in the ancient world is on me. How can I let them down? Be destroyed. Qin Feiyang's blood-colored hair fluttered as he slashed at the celestial dragon god sword. At this moment, no one knew how strong the blood-colored long sword was. Qin Feiyang himself did not know. But he knew that this blood-colored long sword could definitely threaten the celestial dragon god sword. Clang! All of this happened in a flash. The celestial dragon god sword did not even have time to react. As the blood-colored long sword fell, dazzling sparks burst out. The celestial dragon god sword was immediately broken in half. What? This is impossible. Longzuan's eyes widened in anger. The various ancestral dragons were also extremely shocked. What? The others looked at them in surprise. Chapter 29:18. But in the face of everyone's questions, whether it was the dragon sovereign or the ancestral dragons, none of them answered. Their gazes were locked onto the battlefield. Sure enough, I didn't make a mistake. The Prince of the Dragons also looked at Qin Feiyang on the battlefield, and the smile in his eyes became more and more brilliant. Brother, you're still laughing? The Princess of the Dragons noticed the expression of the Prince of the Dragons and was immediately furious. The Prince of the Dragons said, Sister, you don't understand. This battle is only the beginning. Are you talking in your sleep? The Princess of the Dragons frowned. Hearing this, the Prince of the Dragons looked at the Princess of the Dragons and smiled without saying a word. Battlefield. Impossible. This sovereign is a sovereign weapon. How can I be defeated in the hands of a little human? The dragon god sword that was cut in two muttered to itself. Its tone was full of anger and hostility. I said that I'm not fighting alone. There are billions of living beings fighting with me. As long as they are here, I will have endless blood, and the slaughter domain can become stronger endlessly. No matter if I become a demon in the end, as long as I can destroy you, everything is worth it. The last blow, you will be completely destroyed for me. Qin Feiyang held the blood-colored sword with both hands. Although his body was full of holes, and although his forehead was full of weakness, his aura was like a rainbow, and his killing intent soared to the sky. You're courting death. The dragon god sword was completely enraged, and the two halves of the sword shone brightly, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang. Kill. Qin Feiyang did not retreat at all. With a roar, the blood-colored sword slashed out. You think you've won? Wrong. You're still far from it. Sword domain, soul seize. Just as it approached, the heavenly dragon divine sword suddenly let out a fierce roar, and the sword domain appeared once again. A formless energy instantly pounced towards the center of Qin Feiyang's brows like a torrent. At that moment, Qin Feiyang felt a fatal threat. This threat actually came from the soul. Needless to say, this soul seize was the same as the soul extermination technique. It could destroy all defenses and directly erase one's soul. But, even so, Qin Feiyang did not back down. Because there was only one chance. If the dragon god sword was given a chance to breathe, who knew how long this battle would last? It was even possible that in the end, the dragon god sword would turn defeat into victory. Therefore, he had no choice. He had to destroy the dragon god sword in one go. Rumble. The two collided. With a loud clang, the dragon god sword shattered. At the same time, that formless power also engulfed Qin Feiyang, and an aura of death suddenly enveloped him. Even with Qin Feiyang's temperament, he could not help but scream. Even if you destroy this body, you will not be able to escape death. The dragon god sword's artifact spirit laughed loudly, but its words were weak and powerless. Furthermore, the shattered fragments also dimmed. Obviously, this was already the limit of the dragon god sword. It no longer had the power to fight. What's there to fear about death? Senior brother Madman, don't forget your promise to me. You must destroy the dragons, Qin Feiyang whispered. The formless power ignored all defenses and went straight for the soul. Don't worry, I will do what I say. Inside the black tortoise world. Looking at Qin Feiyang who was about to die, Madman clenched his fists. Yi Zhong, Qin Batian, Fire Lotus and the others were also silently shedding tears. Clang. But just when everyone thought that Qin Feiyang was dead for sure, a dull loud sound suddenly exploded in Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness. Qin Feiyang himself was also shocked and hurriedly looked inside his sea of consciousness. Immediately, Qin Feiyang saw an unbelievable scene. In his sea of consciousness, there was a blood-colored word floating. Battle. This was the battle formula. Boom. Immediately after, this battle word collapsed and turned into a blood-colored divine light, surging with that formless power. Qin Feiyang's sea of consciousness immediately turned into a battlefield. The blood-colored divine light and the formless power continued to clash, evenly matched. Buzz. All of a sudden, another golden light emerged. In the golden light, there was a return word. Return formula. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. What was going on? He had mastered the 6-word formula for many years, but this was the first time he saw the battle formula and return formula take the initiative to attack. And the power was even stronger than before. One must know that the strength of the Dragon God Sword after its full recovery was something that only the Slaughter Domain could contend against. But now, the return formula and battle formula were able to compete with the formless power. What did this mean? It meant that the power of the return formula and battle formula was not much weaker than the Slaughter Domain. Buzz. Suddenly, another divine light emerged, and there was a attainment word inside. Attainment formula. The 3 heaven-defying formulas turned into 3 divine lights, constantly pouncing on the formless power. After a few breaths, that formless energy was actually forcefully destroyed by the 3 great divine arts. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The Dragon God Sword also felt extremely shocked when it sensed the disappearance of the formless power, and roared, "What level of formula is this? If it's just a heaven-defying formula, it can't be this strong." Qin Feiyang really didn't know how to answer. In the past, he had always thought that the 6-word formula was a heaven-defying formula. However, the strength of the Slaughter Domain, and the extraordinary performance of the attainment, battle, and return formulas all proved that they had surpassed the limits of heaven-defying formulas. The most important thing was, why didn't the battle, attainment, and return formulas have such an amazing performance? Was it the kill formula that had always been in the limelight? Could it be that the power of the battle, attainment, and return formulas had not been completely revealed? However, he couldn't care so much now. Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-colored sword and once again slashed at the fragments of the Dragon God Sword. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. The Dragon God Sword must not be left behind, because once the Dragon God Sword is restored, there will be big trouble in the future. Most importantly, after fighting with the Dragon God Sword for so long, he was riddled with wounds, and he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If it wasn't for his astonishing willpower, he would have already fainted. So, he must completely get rid of this disaster before he fainted. Damn it, the Dragon God Sword's artifact spirit roared, and the fragments scattered in the Chaos Zone immediately rushed towards the sacred mountain of the Divine Dragon Island. It actually escaped. For a sovereign divine weapon, escaping was a kind of humiliation. But now, it couldn't care so much. The blood-colored sword was too shocking. With its current state, there was no possibility of winning. Don't even think about escaping. Qin Feiyang used the attainment formula and chased crazily. Swish. However, at this moment, a space tunnel appeared in front of the Dragon God Sword. The fragments of the Dragon God Sword immediately rushed into the space tunnel and disappeared. Long Zun. Qin Feiyang roared and rushed towards the Divine Dragon Island with murderous intent. This was the law of space and time. Obviously, it was Long Zun who saved the Dragon God Sword. However, Qin Feiyang didn't fly very far before he staggered and fell from the sky. An unprecedented weakness appeared in his heart. His consciousness was quickly swallowed by the darkness. And the killing domain and the blood-colored sword were also dissipating. Yes. Qin Feiyang had also reached his limit. His whole body was weak and powerless. His body, which was riddled with holes, was still bleeding non-stop. Swish. It was also at this moment. Madman and Fire Lotus appeared. Madman hugged Qin Feiyang. I'm sorry, I couldn't completely destroy the Dragon God Sword. Qin Feiyang muttered. It's okay. The Dragon God Sword is already broken, now it's just like a piece of trash. Leave the rest to me. Madman laughed. Please. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, then his head tilted and he fainted. Qin Dage. Fire Lotus shouted. Madman comforted her. It's okay, he's just temporarily unconscious. Take him to the Black Tortoise world to recover. Okay. Fire Lotus nodded and took Qin Feiyang from Madman's hands and disappeared without a trace. Madman raised his head and looked in the direction of the Divine Dragon Island. A monstrous baleful aura suddenly broke out from his body. Dragons, your end is here. In an instant. Madman seemed to have changed into a different person. His entire body was surrounded by blood and baleful aura. Following closely, he stepped towards the Divine Dragon Island step by step. Black Tortoise World. Feiyang. When Fire Lotus appeared with Qin Feiyang, the Mermaid Princess and the others immediately surrounded them, their faces full of worry. It's okay. He's just unconscious. Fire Lotus said in a low voice, then handed Qin Feiyang to the Mermaid Princess and said, take good care of him. Okay. Mermaid Princess nodded. Fire Lotus raised her head and looked at the image in the air. Looking at Madman's back in the image, there was a trace of relief in her eyes. This kid was no longer the little guy who only knew how to mess around all day. He had already grown up and become very mature. He was already capable of shouldering this heavy burden. Shua. Fire Lotus looked at the little boy and shouted, quickly control the Black Tortoise world and follow. Although Fire Lotus had the authority to freely enter and exit the Black Tortoise world, she couldn't control it. But the little boy could. Hearing this, the little boy immediately controlled the Black Tortoise world and chased after Madman. Although Madman was powerful now, he was only a half-step undying after all. He couldn't face all the dragons alone. At the same time, the shattering of the Dragon God Sword meant that the battle with the dragons had officially begun. Sacred Mountain. At this moment, it was dead silent. Whether it was the dragons or the humans, they all looked at the shattered pieces of the Dragon God Sword floating in the air with heavy expressions. No one would have thought that the final outcome would be the defeat of the Dragon God Sword. Even such a powerful existence like the ruler divine weapon was defeated by Qin Feiyang. Then they definitely couldn't do it. For a moment. The entire Sacred Mountain was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. Although I lost to him, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight. What's there to be afraid of? The Dragon God Sword said angrily. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Longzuan took a deep breath and said, Lord Divine Weapon is right. Qin Feiyang has already fainted and the slaughter zone no longer exists. With the strength of us dragons, we can definitely fight them. Yes. We can't rely on Lord Divine Weapon for everything. We have to end this battle ourselves. The 10 ancestral dragons also roared. Chapter 29:19. However, their words didn't motivate them. Everyone looked very depressed. Especially the millions of humans who had sided with the dragons. They couldn't help but regret it. If they had known that Qin Feiyang was so strong, who would have pledged their loyalty to the dragons? In fact, resources were only one of the reasons why they had sided with the dragons. The main reason was to seek protection. The battle between Qin Feiyang and the Dragon Slayer Palace and the dragon race would start sooner or later. In their opinion, Qin Feiyang and the Dragon Slayer Palace had no hope of winning. The dragons had ruled the ancient world for so many years, and they were deeply rooted. How could a mere Dragon Slayer Palace and Qin Feiyang be able to shake them? Instead of taking risks with these people, it was better to side with the dragons as soon as possible. This way, when the Dragon Slayer Palace and Qin Feiyang died, they would definitely be put in an important position by the dragons. But they never expected that Qin Feiyang would show such terrifying strength and defeat the sovereign weapon. Moreover, when they saw Qin Feiyang fighting against the sovereign divine weapon for the ancient world, for the world, and for all living beings, they felt ashamed. So now, they were a little shaken. Compared to the benevolent Qin Feiyang, they were too selfish. Long Zun glanced at all the dragons and humans, and a monstrous murderous intent suddenly erupted. All the dragons and humans couldn't help but tremble and look up at Long Zun. The battle with the Dragon Slayer Palace hasn't even started, and all of you are so lifeless. What is this? Is that all you have? Can you be scared out of your wits? Long Zun was furious. Compared to Qin Feiyang's subordinates and the Dragon Slayer Palace, her people were simply a bunch of mobs. Facing Long Zun's anger, no one dared to say a word. I'll say it first. When the battle starts, whoever dares to desert will be killed without mercy, Long Zun shouted. Murderous intent filled the sky and enveloped the entire place. All the dragons and humans couldn't help but tremble, and their faces were full of fear. Useless things. Long Zun snorted coldly and looked up at the sky. The sovereign divine weapon had been shattered, and the barrier protecting the sacred mountain had also dissipated. Now, the dragons had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. Boom. Time passed quietly. A terrifying baleful aura surged out. From afar, Long Zun and the various ancestor dragons could see a figure walking over step by step. This figure was Madman. At this moment, the madman's body was surrounded by blood-red flames, and the aura of evil power enveloped the surroundings. Step by step, he walked towards the sacred mountain. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. His entire person was like a demon king, causing people to involuntarily feel fear. Lunatic, the prince of the dragons looked at the madman, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Black Dragon Ancestor Dragon glared at Madman and then at Dragon Sovereign. Lord Dragon Sovereign, the barrier is gone. If the war starts, I'm afraid our people will, I know. Apart from those in the imperishable realm, send everyone else to the divine spatial item. Long Zun said in a low voice. Yes. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon immediately turned around and took action. Soon, the sacred mountain became extremely empty, leaving only a few tens of thousands of people. But this number was shocking enough, because these tens of thousands of people were all in the imperishable realm. Among them, there were more than 1,000 human supreme experts. Although many human supreme experts were sacrificed last time, Divine Dragon Island still had a 500-year time array after all. After all these years, among the millions of people who submitted to the dragons, there were also some who had reached the peak 9 heavens realm and successfully stepped into the half-step imperishable realm. Of course, there were even more dragons. After all, the dragons had always been recuperating on Divine Dragon Island. The number of peak 9 heavens realm divine dragons was already countless. Now, with this 500-year time array, there were naturally many divine dragons who stepped into the imperishable realm. More than 10,000 supreme experts. To be honest, this kind of lineup could be called shocking. The foundation of the dragons wasn't just for show. Accept my wrath. Boom. He said so, and then so quickly. Madman rushed over murderously. Without saying anything, he directly opened the blood demon domain. A huge blood-colored barrier quickly enveloped the sacred mountain. Not good. The ancestral dragons' expressions changed. The dragons already knew how powerful the blood demon domain was. Once enveloped by the blood demon domain, It was equivalent to falling into a desperate situation. God's domain. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. The Prince of the Dragons gently waved his arm, and a sacred barrier rushed into the sky. Before Madman's blood demon domain landed, it disappeared into thin air. God's domain. God techniques were ineffective. Seeing this, the ancestral dragons all let out a breath of relief. As long as there was a God's domain, no matter how strong the God technique was, it was useless. At the same time, Madman looked at the blood demon domain disappearing and raised his eyebrows slightly. He stopped and stood in the sky, looking down at the Prince of the Dragons. The Prince of the Dragons faintly smiled and stepped forward, stepping into the sky step by step, standing in the air with Madman. "You're finally willing to make a move," Madman said. "At this point, do I still have a choice?" The Prince of the Dragons shrugged. His white robe was as white as snow, and he looked very calm. "You do have some awareness." Madman gave a chilling smile. "Of course I have, but I don't know if you have this awareness." As soon as the Prince of the Dragon clan finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became sharp, like blades of blades. Madman stared at the Prince of the Dragons and suddenly laughed. "Then don't waste word." Clang. As he waved his hand, a dazzling golden divine light appeared, and a heavenly halberd appeared. Heaven-defying divine artifact. Using a heaven-defying divine artifact right from the start, it could be seen how much importance the Prince of the Dragons was placed on the Madman. The Prince of the Dragons looked at the golden halberd and raised his arm. A saint god aura exploded. It was worth mentioning that the Prince of the Dragons' cultivation had been suppressed to the half-step undead realm. The next moment, a milky white sword appeared and its sharpness swept across the world. Heaven-defying divine technique, God-slaying sword. Kill. Almost at the same time, the two roared and charged at each other. Clang. As the two heaven-defying godly weapons clashed with one another, a destructive aura burst out from them. "Retreat!" the dragon sovereign shouted. The tens of thousands of supreme beings who had gathered at the Saint Mountain immediately left the mountain and retreated into the distance. Boom! Crack! The Saint Mountain was turned to dust under the impact of this aura. Whoosh! At the same time, one figure after another appeared behind the Madman. Leading them were Qin Batian, Lu Zhengyang, Yi Zhong, Sovereign Beast, and Cloud Sovereign. Next was the Ice Emperor and the Rain Emperor. Behind them were Xia Yuan and the other 108 generals. They were the only ones who came out now. However, this force couldn't be underestimated. 5 Great Circle Indestructible Supreme Expert. 2 Major Perfection Immortal Realm Expert. 108 Minor Perfection Immortal Realm Expert. Putting aside the Dragon Sovereign, the dragons couldn't compare to the Dragon Slayer Palace in terms of quality. Retreat! Yi Zhong also ordered. The group immediately retreated, leaving the battlefield to the Madman and the Prince of the Dragons. Clang! Boom! The god-slaying art and the sky halberd collided in the void. Sparks flew everywhere, and destructive waves spread in all directions. Although it couldn't compare to the battle between Qin Feiyang and the sovereign divine weapon, it was enough to shock the world. Not good. Yi Zhong and the others have already stepped into the perfection immortal realm. The blood dragon ancestor dragon looked at the Madman and the Prince of the Dragons. His eyes fell on Yi Zhong and the others, and his pupils shrank. "These damn things." The black dragon ancestor dragon snorted. "Do you only know how to curse? What did I say back then? I told you to work hard and break through to the perfection immortal realm. But what happened in the end? Even Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang, the 2 rising stars, have stepped into the perfection immortal realm, but you guys are still in the same place. This is the result of your hard work. You guys are worse than trash," the dragon sovereign said angrily. Looking at these ancestor dragons, he was angry. He was an ancestor dragon, but why was he so much worse than Qin Batian and the others? At the same time, she couldn't help but worry. Although only Yi Zhong and the others had appeared, she could imagine that there must be a large number of supreme experts in the Black Tortoise realm. The most important thing was, there were also heaven-defying divine weapons like the Sunset Divine Bow that hadn't appeared. This power was enough to crush the dragons. The dragon's situation was worrying. Crack. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out on the battlefield. Long Zun hurriedly looked over and saw the madman and the prince of the dragons flying out, blood gushing out of their mouths. And the god-slaying sword and the sky halberd in their hands had been shattered. It's actually a draw. Long Zun was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that even the madman's strength was so strong. Not bad. The madman stabilized his body and looked at the prince of the dragons with a grin. You're not bad either. The prince of the dragons said. But I advise you, don't suppress your cultivation at the end. Bring out your full strength, blood demon domain. The madman activated the blood demon domain again and enveloped the prince of the dragons. A terrifying murderous aura instantly engulfed the world. The prince of the dragons' cultivation suddenly began to plummet. When you have the qualifications, I will naturally bring out my full strength, heavenly dragon domain. The prince of the dragons waved his hand and a milky white barrier appeared, enveloping all directions. The madman's cultivation also began to plummet, because the blood demon domain and the heavenly dragon domain had the same ability. Both of their cultivations fell to the 9 heavens realm. Qualifications? Then I'll let you see if I have the qualifications. The madman took a step forward and the power in his body suddenly surged out like a torrent as he punched out. The prince of the dragons didn't retreat at all and also punched out. Boom. The two fists collided together and a monstrous chi wave rolled out. Pu. The next moment, the prince of the dragons spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteor. Even the skin on his arm was lacerated and almost shattered. What? His Highness is actually not a match. The dragon sovereign and the others standing in the distance were all shocked. Not good. His physical body has already reached the sovereign level. Wang Chang exclaimed. What? Sovereign level? The 10 ancestral dragons' expressions changed. The black dragon ancestral dragon said, that's impossible. I know his strength. His physical body hasn't reached this level yet. What you know is only when he was in the Nether King's hell. And the current him is already different from before. Do you still remember the scene when he went through the tribulation last time? He is the same as Qin Feiyang, using the tribulation to temper his physical body, Wang Chang said in a deep voice. Chapter 29:20. With Wang Chang's reminder, everyone remembered. At that time, the madman was indeed using the tribulation to temper his body. Young people nowadays are really scarier than the last. Wang Chang shook his head. Yes. We old fellows have to admit that we're old. An old woman nodded. How is it? Do I have the qualifications to make you use your full strength? The madman stood proudly in the air and looked at the prince dragons who was flying back. The prince dragons took a step forward and forcefully stabilized his body. He looked up at the madman and shook his head. No. As he spoke, a surge of heavenly dragon power appeared and his torn arm healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This recovery ability, the madman's pupils shrank and he laughed. Still not. Then come again. Boom. The madman took another step forward and his aura roared in all directions as he punched at the prince dragons. But with the previous lesson, the prince dragons didn't choose to fight head-on. Shua. He took a mysterious step and dodged the madman's punch, instantly appearing behind the madman. If you think that my battle awareness is inferior to Qin Feiyang's, then you are gravely mistaken. The madman seemed to be able to predict the future as he sent out a palm strike. Puff. The prince dragon spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. His reaction is too fast. The dragons were shocked. Putting aside the slaughter domain, he is a youngster who isn't inferior to Qin Feiyang. No wonder Qin Feiyang cares so much about him. Wang Chang shook his head. If Qin Feiyang cares about him, then he will erase him. Long Zun coldly smiled and looked at the prince dragons. Stop playing around and kill him for me. The prince dragons stabilized his body and looked up at Long Zun. The madman also glanced at Long Zun and then looked at the prince dragons. Did you hear that? That old witch has spoken. Hurry up and use your full strength. This is my battle, not hers. However, she is my mother after all. You should be more polite to her. The words old witch are not appropriate. The Prince of Dragons shook his head. Not suitable? Have you forgotten how she treated Yi Shui and grandfather Yi? She wouldn't even let an old woman and a little girl go. For someone as vicious as her, calling her an old witch is already very polite. Madman sneered. The Prince of the Dragons took a deep look at the madman and smiled. All right, since that's the case, I won't be polite. I was just waiting for you to be impolite. Madman laughed loudly. Boom. The Prince of the Dragons shuddered as a terrifying aura burst out from him. The Blood Devil domain was immediately shattered. And his cultivation had shockingly reached the small success of the imperishable realm. You asked for it. The Prince of the Dragons spoke, killing intent appearing in his eyes for the first time. No matter how wrong Longzuan was, she was still his biological mother. As a son, no one would allow others to humiliate their own mother. As he waved his hand, the power of the dragon god appeared and turned into a torrent that charged at the madman. Small success of the imperishable realm, indeed quite strong. The madman nodded. Little bastard, His Highness has already used all his strength, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You are courting death. The black dragon ancestor dragon sneered. Now is the time for an old dog like you to speak. The madman looked over in disdain. You. The black dragon ancestor dragon was so angry that his face turned red. I have always been so arrogant because I have the qualifications to be arrogant. The madman smiled proudly. All right. Then let us see, what qualifications do you have? The black dragon ancestor dragon roared. Then open your eyes wide and watch for me. Blood devil technique. The madman raised his head and roared, his aura soaring. Boom. The heavenly dragon domain also shattered. The madman's cultivation also soared to the small success of the imperishable realm. How is this possible? The black dragon ancestor dragon was shocked. Wasn't this child half-step imperishable realm? How did he suddenly become small success of the imperishable realm? Had he been hiding his cultivation all this time? Small success of the imperishable realm? So what? The madman's face was full of disdain as a wave of blood energy rolled out. This was formed by his divine power and was filled with an evil aura. Boom. In an instant. The blood-colored shockwave collided with the dragon race prince's divine dragon power in the air. The entire area was instantly shrouded in a blood-red light. In the next instant, the madman and prince dragons both took a step back, a trace of blood dripping from the corner of their mouths. What is going on? The black dragon ancestor dragon roared. Blood devil technique, Wang Chang murmured in shock. Is this a divine technique? Divine technique. The black dragon ancestor dragon paused and frowned. Impossible, I have never seen such a divine technique in the Nether King Hell. I already said that the past is the past, and the present is the present. Why can't you listen, old dog? This blood devil technique is the 6th move of the blood devil technique. I created it myself. How is it? Don't you feel ashamed now? A brat can create a divine technique, but you, Lord Ancestral Dragon, are still cultivating a divine technique passed down by others? The madman laughed. The black dragon ancestor dragon clenched his fists. He didn't feel anything at first, but hearing the madman's words, he suddenly felt ashamed. Ancestral Dragon? You are just born good. With the dragons behind you, you have endless resources. In terms of talent and aptitude, you are not even as good as a pig. The madman laughed wantonly. Bastard. The black dragon ancestor dragon was furious. Pa. But at this moment, the dragons raised his hand and slapped the black dragon ancestor dragon's face. My lord, you. The black dragon ancestor dragon looked at the dragon sovereign in confusion. Don't humiliate yourself, be quiet. The dragon sovereign said coldly and continued to look at the battlefield. Yes. The black dragon ancestor dragon responded respectfully. He suppressed the anger in his heart and looked up at the madman. High up in the sky, the prince of the dragons sized up the madman's cultivation and said, No wonder you wanted me to use my full strength. It turns out that you have such a strong method hidden. Well said, well said. Actually, this blood demon technique wasn't created for you dragons. The madman said. Then who is it for? The prince of the dragons was curious. Qin Feiyang. The madman said. Qin Feiyang? The Prince of the Dragons was stunned. Qin Batian and the others were also stunned when they heard this. To be honest, none of you are worthy of this father's attention. The only one who is qualified to be this father's opponent is Qin Feiyang. This father is clear about Qin Feiyang's methods. Apart from the 3,000 incarnations, Eye of Heaven, Slaughter Domain, and the unremarkable Rising Dragon technique. Rising Dragon technique can raise one's cultivation by 2 small realms. If it's below the imperishable realm, 2 small realms doesn't matter. But in the imperishable realm, the difference of 2 small realms, I think I don't need to tell you. The madman said. Not only me, I think everyone here should know what effect a difference of 2 small realms can have. The Prince of the Dragons said. Qin Batian and the rest, as well as the sovereigns, remained silent. Indeed. In the imperishable realm, the difference of 2 small realms could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. So, this father painstakingly created this blood demon technique. If one day I fall out with Qin Feiyang, I won't be suppressed by him. And this father has always hidden the blood demon technique. Even Qin Feiyang doesn't know about it. So, you should feel honored. The madman bared his teeth. So this blood demon technique, you created it for Qin Feiyang? The Prince of the Dragons asked. Yes. The madman nodded. Then in the future, will you fall out with Qin Feiyang? The Prince of the Dragons was curious. What do you mean? You want this father to fall out with Qin Feiyang? The madman raised his eyebrows. If you fall out with him, then we can cooperate. After all, there's a good saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Prince of the Dragons smiled. Damn, you're so sinister. The madman looked at the Prince of the Dragons in shock. It's just a joke. I know you're doing this because you don't want to lose to him. It's not because you'll fall out. The Prince of the Dragons said. You're aware. The madman nodded in appreciation. Then let's continue. The Prince of the Dragons smiled. Looks like Qin Feiyang didn't neglect this father. You're indeed an anomaly among the dragons. And an opponent worthy of respect. As soon as the madman finished speaking, the first 3 moves of the blood demon art appeared out of nowhere. Thank you for your praise. The Prince of the Dragons also took a step forward. As the power of the divine dragon appeared, a giant sword, a bright moon, and 99 heavenly dragons appeared. This was his supreme killing technique, heavenly dragon technique, cutting moon, divine moon, heavenly dragon subduing demons. Boom. The 2 techniques carried a monstrous aura as they blasted towards each other. Chapter 29-21. The battle was soul-stirring. If one wasn't careful, they would fall. Therefore, the 2 of them were fully focused and didn't dare to be distracted. Gradually, they both entered a state of selflessness and only had each other in their eyes. All kinds of divine arts appeared at their fingertips, constantly colliding together and destroying all directions. After a few breaths of time, the 2 of them had already exchanged tens of thousands of blows. There were many wounds on their bodies, blood flowing out. God-vanquishing sword. Heaven-destroying halberd. Suddenly, the 2 of them roared at the same time and activated their heaven-defying divine arts. Immediately, the God-vanquishing sword and the halberd carried a world-destroying sharpness as they struck each other. Boom! A loud sound suddenly resounded through the clouds. The 2 of them retreated one after another, blood gushing out of their mouths. Madman stabilized his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said angrily, "Why didn't you open your god's domain?" Prince Dragons said, "Don't you have other methods hidden?" "Haha, it seems that I have to use my true strength." Madman laughed wildly, raising his head and pointing in the air. A blood-red barrier appeared, instantly appearing out of nowhere and enveloping Prince Dragons. Prince Dragons suddenly felt a great sense of danger. Freeze. That's right. This was the 5th style of the blood demon, blood prison. As the blood prison fell, Madman shouted and Prince Dragons was immediately frozen in the air. That's right. That was to freeze in the air, not to imprison. Imprison and freeze were 2 different concepts. How could this be? Prince Dragons was extremely shocked. There was actually such a terrifying divine art in this world. Obliterate. The next moment, the madman roared again, and a terrifying force immediately rushed toward the Dragon Prince. At this moment, the Dragon Prince's divine soul sensed a fatal threat. A divine art that targets the divine soul. Prince Dragons was shocked and no longer dared to hold back, shouting, "Heavenly Dragon secret art, moon sealing." A sacred aura erupted, sealing the area around him. Boom. When the power of the blood prison blasted towards the sacred aura, it was immediately blocked outside. Powerful. Madman's eyes lit up. To be able to block the power of the blood prison, it was clear that Seal Moon's move was specifically used to protect the divine soul. Same here. The Prince of the Dragons smiled. The best part is yet to come. Don't worry. Explode. Madman roared. The blood prison suddenly exploded in the void like a bomb exploding, sweeping in all directions. The destructive power of the blood prison's self-detonation was even more terrifying than the self-detonation of a powerhouse at the same boundary. What is he doing? Seeing Madman explode the blood prison, Qin Batian and the others couldn't help but pale. Although they had never seen blood prison self-destruct before, Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus, and the others knew. Back then, when the madman was fighting with the giant beast in the divine demon forest, he had self-destructed the blood prison. At that time, although Fire Lotus and the others were in the castle, they could hear the commotion outside and naturally knew that the self-destruction of the blood prison would bring serious side effects to Madman. Regarding this point, Huolian and the others had mentioned it when they were chatting. Therefore, Qin Batian and the others also knew about it now. Exploding the blood prison would make Madman so weak that he wouldn't even have the strength to fight. But now, Madman actually chose to self-destruct the blood prison. Wasn't this seeking his own death? Don't worry. Madman isn't a muddle-headed person. Since he dares to do it, then he must have some confidence. Lu Xingyang comforted. Rumble. The self-destruction of the blood prison destroyed the world. Even the revered dragon and the other ancestral dragons couldn't help but pale. Even they were like this, let alone the Prince of the Dragons, who was standing opposite Madman. A fatal threat shrouded his heart. There was no doubt that this terrifying lethality was enough to shatter his bones. But now, since the blood prison had self-destructed, opening the god's domain was useless. The so-called god's domain was only useful before the blood prison self-destructed. In other words, once the blood prison self-destructed, even the god's domain wouldn't be able to erase this destructive force. I admit that the current you already has the qualifications to make me use my strength. Divine Moon Shield. As the Prince of the Dragon's voice fell, a vast aura suddenly roared out. Immediately after, in front of the Prince of the Dragons, a full moon appeared, flickering with bright divine light. The next moment, the Prince of the Dragons stepped on the divine moon and stood in its center. Boom. The destructive fluctuations of the blood prison's self-destruction rolled out, but when it hit the divine moon, it was blocked outside. Such a terrifying explosion actually didn't cause any damage to the Prince of the Dragons. This, Madman looked at the Prince of the Dragons with a dazed expression. The Prince of the Dragons said, "The divine moon shield has absolute defense. Apart from heaven-defying divine weapons and divine arts, nothing can break it." Black Tortoise World. Yang Li looked at the Prince of the Dragons in surprise and said to Wang Ming next to him, "This seems similar to your invincible shield." "No. This divine moon shield is stronger than the invincible shield." Wang Ming shook his head. Yang Li's pupils shrank, and he said in a deep voice, "This Prince of the Dragons is indeed not simple." "Yes. But what surprised me the most is that this little lunatic exploded the blood prison. Why didn't there be any side effects?" Wang Ming frowned. When he was fighting with the giant beast in the forest of gods and demons, he and Yang Li were both present and witnessed it with their own eyes. At that time, after Madman exploded the blood prison, he directly became a cripple. But now, nothing happened to him. This guy is getting scarier and scarier. Suddenly, a laugh rang out. Young Master, Yang Li, Wang Ming, Fire Lotus, Hua Yi, and the others all turned around and saw Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess standing at the entrance of the castle. "You're awake." The white-eyed wolf ran up. "En." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "How long has it been?" A lot has passed in the Black Tortoise world, but not much time has passed outside. The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus asked with concern, how are your injuries now? They're almost healed. Qin Feiyang nodded. After all, he had fused with the fire of life, and his bloodline power had extremely strong healing abilities. In addition, the mermaid princess had given him a divine life pill when she was taking care of him. So even if he was unconscious, his injuries were automatically healing. That's good. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Right now, Qin Feiyang was everyone's backbone. He couldn't fall. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Madman and the Prince of Dragons in the image. He smiled and said, this prince didn't use his full strength back then. Then why did he do that? If he used his full strength back then, you might have lost to him. The Blood Kirin said. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and glanced at the Blood Kirin. He said helplessly, in your eyes, am I that weak? The Blood Kirin smiled awkwardly. Although he is strong, I am not afraid of him. If I used my full strength, I might not lose to him. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with confidence. Yes, yes, yes. The Blood Kirin nodded. Fire Lotus looked confused. Then what's wrong with little Madman? How come he doesn't have any side effects? Back in Pluto Hell, he said he was researching blood prison to reduce the side effects of self-destruction. I think he has succeeded by now. Qin Feiyang smiled. Does that mean blood prison is invincible? Everyone looked at each other. Blood prison's power was scarier than self-destruction. Once there were no side effects, he would be able to kill anyone who stood in his way. Invincible? You could say it is invincible. But against the Prince of Dragons, it doesn't seem to be enough. Qin Feiyang smiled. Rumble. Outside. The shockwaves of the battle were still destroying everything. The madman stood in the wind, staring at the Prince of Dragons in Mystic Moon. Apart from himself, he rarely admired anyone else. It wasn't that he was narcissistic, but he had the ability. Because whether it was creating god skills or comprehending laws, he was far better than others. But now, the Prince of Dragons in front of him really made him admire him. Let's continue. We are all waiting to watch a good show. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. The madman and the Prince of Dragons turned their heads at the same time and saw a familiar figure appear out of thin air not far away. That's right. It was Qin Feiyang. Feiyang. Qin Batian and the others saw Qin Feiyang wake up and a trace of joy appeared on their faces. But the faces of Dragon Sovereign and the others were extremely ugly. How did he wake up so quickly? And looking at his appearance, his injuries had healed. The madman was already so difficult to deal with, and now there was Qin Feiyang. They were extremely worried in their hearts. Fire Dragon Ancestor Dragon shouted, Qin Feiyang, this is a battle between this madman and His Highness. Don't try to take advantage of the situation. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up at the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon and said, you don't think that I will join forces with the madman, do you? Humph. The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon snorted. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Although I, Qin Feiyang, am not a good person, I won't do such a thing. However, I am looking forward to a real battle with him. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned to look at the Prince of Dragons and said with a smile, last time you didn't use your full strength, which made me feel very regretful, so I want to ask you to quickly defeat Senior Brother Madman and let's fight again. Defeat me? Brat, you must be dreaming. The madman rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. That's not necessarily true. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. TSK. The madman smiled disdainfully and said, watch how I deal with him. The Prince of Dragons also smiled slightly, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, all right, I will quickly defeat him, and then have a real life and death battle with you. Fuck. So arrogant. Blood Demon Tower, come out for me and crush him. The madman was furious. With a clang, the Blood Demon Tower suddenly appeared, and its divine might shrouded the world. Heaven-defying divine artifact. The Prince of Dragons murmured, and with a wave of his hand, a 3-feet-long sword appeared. Heaven-defying divine artifact, Holy Dragon Sword. Clang. The two heaven-defying divine artifacts immediately unsealed and fully recovered. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang flashed and retreated to the side of Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang. Immediately after, the sunset bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts appeared, condensing into a divine shield in front of them. The heaven-defying divine artifact had fully recovered. It was no joke, and they had to defend with all their might. Chapter 29-22. On the other side, Long Zun and the others kept retreating. They didn't have a heaven-defying divine artifact, nor did they have a sovereign divine weapon to protect them, so they could only retreat far away. Clang! Prince Dragons grabbed the sacred dragon sword while Madman grabbed the blood demon tower. Kill! The two of them roared at the same time and charged over with their two heaven-defying divine artifacts. An even more terrifying fluctuation immediately rolled out in all directions with this place as the center. Ancestral Dragon asked, Lord Long Zun, is there any hope for Prince? I don't know. Long Zun shook his head. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon said, Lord, we can't just sit and wait for death. We have to think of a way. Do you have a way? Long Zun asked. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon's eyes flashed as he whispered, Actually, I do have a plan. Speak. Long Zun was stunned and hurriedly said. The other ancestral dragons also stared at Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon. What do Qin Batian and Qin Feiyang care about the most? It's undoubtedly the creatures of the ancient world. We might as well send people to the 4 major regions and use the creatures of the 4 major regions to threaten them. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon sneered. Good idea. Ancestral Dragon Blood's eyes lit up. Good my ass. Since Qin Feiyang has transferred the creatures of the Divine Land, he will definitely think of protecting the creatures of the 4 major regions. Look for yourselves. Have you seen the Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, White-Winged Emperor, and Sword Emperor? If I'm not wrong, they must be guarding the entrance of the 4 major regions. We'll talk about it later. The 4 major regions are still guarded by those 4 old things. Sending people to the 4 major regions is digging our own graves and courting death. Long Zun shouted. Facing Long Zun's scolding, Ancestral Dragon Blood didn't dare to say anything. Ancestral Dragon Fire Dragon said unwillingly, then we can also send people to take a look. What if Qin Feiyang didn't think of it? Alright then, you go. Long transmitted his voice. Don't, Lord. Look at this, there are so many ready-made cannon fodder. Why do you want me to go? Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon felt wronged. Long Zun's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but cast a glance at the human supreme masters beside him. Sir, just let a few half-step undying humans go. Even if they die, it won't be much of a loss to us. And if it succeeds, that would be an excellent bargaining chip. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon transmitted his voice. Long Zun pondered for a moment, and then he turned to look at Wang Chang and said, Wang Chang, send some people to the northern, western, southern, and eastern territories. Wang Chang was slightly stunned and asked in puzzlement, go to the 4 great regions for what? Just do as I say. Long Zun said. Wang Chang thought about it carefully and instantly came to an understanding, and he sent a voice transmission. Then why don't you allow this old man to personally lead them over? You're going personally? Long Zun frowned. That's right. If we let them go, they might not be able to successfully enter the 4 great regions. In any case, this old man is also at the great success imperishable stage. The success rate will be higher. Wang Chang said. This, Long Zun hesitated. Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon glanced at Wang Chang and sent a voice transmission. Sir, if he wants to go, then let him go. Long Zun glanced at Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon, then turned to Wang Chang and said, Alright then, be careful. Yes. Wang Chang replied respectfully, glancing at the human experts around him and asked, who is willing to follow this old man to the 4 great regions? But no one said a word. As expected, they are all cowards who are afraid of death. The 10 ancestral dragons sneered in their hearts. I'll go. An old woman beside Wang Chang said. She was at the lesser success imperishable stage. I'll go too. And me. Soon. Another 10 lesser success imperishable stage humans spoke one after another, with a trace of determination on their faces. Including Wang Chang and the old woman, there were a total of 12 people. 1 greater success imperishable stage and 11 lesser success imperishable stage. If this force really successfully entered the 4 great regions, it would be a scene of misery and suffering. Be careful. Long Zun looked at them and reminded. Yes. Wang Chang nodded and immediately turned to leave. Long Zun said, open the altar and leave. Wang Chang was stunned and asked suspiciously, isn't it impossible to open the altar in the inner sea? In the past, it was because of the sovereign divine weapon that we couldn't open the altar. But now that the sovereign divine weapon is seriously injured, the power that enveloped the inner sea has disappeared. Now in the inner sea, we can open the altar and send messages. If there is any news, immediately inform me. Long Zun said. Yes. The 12 people responded respectfully, opened the altar, and left. And Qin Feiyang and the others, who were far away, didn't see this scene. Clang. Boom. The battle between the Prince of Dragons and Lunatic was still ongoing. The 2 heaven-defying divine weapons had different degrees of damage under the constant collision. North Region. Holy Dragon City. The originally majestic Holy Dragon City had long been turned into ruins. Swoosh. 12 figures descended above the ruins. It was Wang Chang and the others. The old woman said, then let's split up here. Everyone, be careful. Yes. The others nodded. Hold on. However, just as everyone was about to open the door of potential and head to the 4 great regions, Wang Chang suddenly spoke. The old woman and the others looked at Wang Chang suspiciously. Wang Chang asked instead, are you guys really going to the 4 great regions? What do you mean? The old woman and the others were puzzled. The living beings of the 4 great regions are innocent. Is it really okay for us to harm them like this? Wang Chang said. You are. The old woman and the others exchanged glances and looked at Wang Chang in bewilderment. Wang Chang sighed deeply. You guys should be able to tell, right? Long Zun is clearly using us as cannon fodder. The old woman and the others fell silent for a long time before nodding. Anyone could tell as long as they weren't blind. Originally, I thought that the appearance of the Prince of Dragons might change Long Zun. That's because the benevolence that the Prince of Dragons has shown is something that dragons have never shown before. Looking at the Prince of Dragons, I intend to continue working for the dragons. However, I didn't expect that at this point, we humans are still just cannon fodder in Long Zun's eyes. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. Wang Chang sighed. The Prince of Dragons is indeed not bad. The old woman nodded and looked at Wang Chang. What are you trying to say? After pondering for a moment, Wang Chang looked at the old woman and the others. You guys can be considered my old friends. I won't hide it from you. I want to leave the dragons. Leave the dragons? The old woman and the others were shocked. That's right. That's the reason why I took the initiative to ask for your help. I also hope that you guys can leave with me. As Qin Feiyang said, we can no longer help the Avilders and harm our compatriot. Wang Chang exclaimed. When the old woman and the others heard that, they looked at Wang Chang in disbelief. I know that you guys must be very shocked to hear that. However, these are words from the bottom of my heart. Look at how much Qin Feiyang has sacrificed for the people of the ancient realm. How much effort has he put in? What about us? What have we been doing? We all have great strength, but we've been helping the dragons against our own compatriots. Please ask yourselves, are we really doing the right thing? Think about it. What was our original intention when we first stepped onto the path of cultivation? Wang Chang clutched his chest with a pained expression. The old woman and the others fell silent again. Their original intention when they stepped onto the path of cultivation. I know that everyone's original intention when they step onto the path of cultivation is different. Some are to protect their families. Some are to protect themselves. Some are for power and status. However, no matter what their original intention is, we can't lose our conscience. We can't let down our cultivation. Everyone, it's time to wake up. What's the difference between us and trash if we have cultivation but no ambition? If we continue to help the Avilders, we'll only be despised by the future generations. I'm afraid that even after we die, the world won't forgive our sins. Everyone, leave with this old man. The dragons are really not worth our lives. Let's be upright people. Wang Chang shouted. Be a proper human being, the old woman and the others muttered. The old woman gritted her teeth and looked up at Wang Chang. She asked, then where are we going? Don't forget that we're all under the control of the fate contract. Is there even a need to say that? Of course, we're going to join Qin Feiyang. After being lackeys for so many years, we should also do our part for the people of the ancient realm. Even if we die, we have to die with a bang and not be cursed by others and go down in history in infamy. Wang Chang roared. Elder Wang is right. We can't continue to be stubborn. The dragons don't care about our lives at all. They only care about themselves. Take Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong for example. In the past, his loyalty to the dragons was unmatched by any human. But in the end, he left. What does this mean? It means that the dragons are indeed not worthy of our service. It's time for us to stand up and be upright. We need to regain our lost dignity. One of the black-clothed middle-aged men shouted. The old woman looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and then at Wang Chang. She nodded and said, this old woman also agrees to join Qin Feiyang and contribute our strength to the ancient realm and humanity. Good. I agree too. The other 9 people also expressed their opinions. Wang Chang looked at the 11 of them with a gratified expression. Since we've decided, let's go to the inner sea now, the old woman said. No. We can't enter the inner sea yet. Because the fate contract hasn't been lifted. It won't be good if Long Zun finds out. Wang Chang shook his head. Then what should we do? We have no way of contacting Qin Feiyang. The old woman frowned. We can't contact Qin Feiyang, but this old man can contact Yi Zhong. Wang Chang smiled. That's right. The old woman slapped her head and said with a smile, your relationship with Yi Zhong has always been good. You've long established a contract bridge. Wang Chang said, the most important thing is that we can also communicate in the inner sea now. Then quickly send a message to Yi Zhong and ask Qin Feiyang to come to Holy Dragon City to meet us. The old woman urged. Okay. Wang Chang nodded and immediately took out an image crystal. Chapter 29-23. Above the inland sea, 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts collided crazily, destroying heaven and earth. The Blood Demon Tower was a heaven-defying divine artifact that the madman brought out from hell. And the strange thing was that this heaven-defying divine artifact actually chose him as its master. It could be said that this heaven-defying divine artifact was picked up by the madman for free. But the power of the Blood Demon Tower was undeniable. It was completely on par with the Holy Dragon Sword of Prince Dragons. And as the battle heated up, the damage of the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts became more and more serious. The blade of the Holy Dragon Sword had dozens of nicks of various sizes. And the Blood Demon Tower also had many cracks. If this continued, it would definitely be a situation where both sides suffered. Lu Zhengyang asked suspiciously, Feiyang, are you really not going to help? Qin Feiyang nodded. If it were someone else, he wouldn't care about bullying others with numbers or taking advantage of others' difficulties. But his current opponent was the Prince of Dragons. This person was an opponent worthy of respect. Holy Dragon City. The old woman looked at the image crystal in Wang Chang's hand and frowned. Why hasn't there been a response after so long? Wang Chang himself was also full of suspicion. Wait. I heard that Yi Zhong faked his death back then because Qin Feiyang destroyed his body. Could it be that even the image crystal was shattered at that time? Someone suddenly spoke. The old woman and Wang Chang looked at each other and nodded. That makes sense. A burly man asked, then what should we do now? Wang Chang pondered for a while and asked, which one of you has established a contract bridge with the venerable beast? I did establish a contract bridge with the venerable beast in the past. But before entering hell, Qin Feiyang killed his way into the inland sea and destroyed the venerable beast's body. The image crystal was also shattered. The old woman said. Wang Chang sighed. Then it seems that we can only go to the inland sea to find them. Wait. The burly man suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Wang Chang and the old woman and said, "There's another person." "Who?" The two looked at him in surprise. "Li Qiong." The burly man said. "Li Qiong?" Wang Chang and the old woman were stunned. Then, they slapped their foreheads and said in realization, "That's right. Why did we ignore him?" Wang Chang immediately sent a message to Li Qiong. Back then, when Li Qiong left with Qin Feiyang, he escaped unscathed, so the image crystal must still be there. Inland Sea. Qin Feiyang was watching the battle between the mad scientist and the Prince of Dragons. "Young master, soon." A familiar voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback as he asked suspiciously. As soon as he heard this voice, he knew it was Li Qiong. Li Qiong said, "Wang Chang is looking for you." "Wang Chang is looking for me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. Wang Chang sent me a message saying that he'll be waiting for you in Holy Dragon City." Li Qiong said. "Holy Dragon City?" Qin Feiyang frowned. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at Long Zun and the others. However, he was too far away to see clearly. "Are you sure it's him?" Qin Feiyang secretly said. "I'm sure." Li Qiong replied. "It's really strange," Qin Feiyang whispered. "What's strange?" Qin Batian and the others looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at the place where the dragons were again and whispered, "Li Qiong just told me that Wang Chang is waiting for me in Holy Dragon City." "What?" Qin Batian and the others were immediately stunned. "That's not right. Isn't Wang Chang with Long Zun?" Yi Zhong immediately raised his head to look at the place where Long Zun was, but he couldn't see clearly. He could only vaguely see the figures of Long Zun and the others. "Did you see it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I can't see it clearly." Yi Zhong shook his head and frowned. "But why did he want to meet you in private? Could this be a trap?" "Trap?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Long Zun may have realized that he can't defeat us, so he asked Wang Chang to lure you to Holy Dragon City and take the opportunity to take you down," Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. This, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. With Long Zun's character, it was still possible for him to do such a thing. Yi Zhong asked, "Besides Wang Chang, who else is in Holy Dragon City now?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "Li Qiong, did you hear Master's words?" "I heard it. I asked Wang Chang just now. He said that he came to seek refuge with you. Dao Ying is with him," Li Qiong said. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and said, "Li Qiong said that Wang Chang came to seek refuge with someone named Dao Ying." "Seek refuge?" Everyone looked at each other. Dao Ying, this old man knows him too. He has the cultivation of the inextinguishable realm, but he seeks refuge. Yi Zhong frowned in disbelief. "Why don't I go and take a look?" Qin Feiyang asked. Yi Zhong pondered for a moment and said, "Just in case, this old man will go with you." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. It was a critical moment now, so he was worried that this was Long Zun's scheme. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Batian, Lu Zhangyang, Sovereign Beast, and Supreme Cloud, and said, "Then I'll leave this place to you." "Okay." Qin Batian nodded and said, "I'll send you to Holy Dragon City." After saying that, he opened a space-time tunnel. Yi Zhong and Qin Feiyang looked at each other, turned around, and walked in. The next moment, the two descended above the ruins of Holy Dragon City. "Brother Yi." Wang Chang and the others immediately cupped their hands and smiled at Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong nodded and glanced at the group of people. His expression was full of vigilance as he asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Wang Chang sighed. "Brother Yi, you don't have to be like this. We're really here to surrender." "Why?" Yi Zhong asked. "Sigh. Previously, Long Zun ordered me to send people to the 4 major regions. I believe that Brother Yi knows Long Zun's purpose without me saying it," Wang Chang said. "Send people to the 4 major regions?" Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong looked at each other. Qin Feiyang said, "It seems that I really expected it." "Yes." Yi Zhong nodded and looked at Wang Chang and the others. "Fortunately, you guys didn't go." "What do you mean?" Wang Chang was suspicious. To tell you the truth, Fei Yang had expected this. He had the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, and the Sword Emperor bring 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts to guard the entrances of the 4 regions. If you guys really went to the 4 major regions, you would probably be corpses by now, Yi Zhong said. When Wang Chang heard that, he exchanged glances with the old lady and the others and could not help but smile bitterly. Indeed, this lad had already made arrangements in advance. Yi Zhong said, "Tell me, why did you suddenly leave the dragons and join us?" "Actually, no matter who we're loyal to, we don't want to be traitors. However, we have no choice. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice. Until now, Long Zun is still treating us humans as cannon fodder. That's because she clearly thought that your people might be guarding the entrance of the 4 major regions. Yet, she still asked me to send people to the 4 major regions. Isn't that sending everyone to their deaths on purpose? There's also the living beings of the 4 major regions. What did they do wrong? Why should they suffer such a calamity? I'm truly disappointed in Long Zun's actions. Therefore, I took the initiative to ask Long Zun for permission to head to the 4 major regions personally. In fact, I already had the intention to leave the dragons at that time and found an excuse to leave," Wang Chang said. "So that's the case." Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Wang Chang then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Actually, the person who really made me make a choice is you." "Me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. For the ancient world and all living beings, you fought against the ruler divine weapon without any regard for your own safety. It really touched me. At the same time, it also made us old fellows feel so ashamed that we can't show our faces. Thinking about it, we're already so old but we're actually inferior to a young man like you. It's so embarrassing." Wang Chang smiled bitterly. The old lady and the others were also full of self-mockery. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people and sent a voice transmission. "Master, it doesn't seem like an act. We can't let our guard down." Yi Zhong thought to himself. "Understood." Qin Feiyang replied and looked at Wang Chang and the others with a smile. "I'm really happy that all of you can turn back from the wrong path. However, I also hope that all of you can understand that at this critical juncture, we can't afford to be careless. Therefore, I have to control all of you." "Control us?" Wang Chang and the others could not help but frown. "That's right. Only then can I be at ease. Of course, I promise that once the dragons are destroyed, I will immediately remove my control over all of you," Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong said, "I can guarantee that." Wang Chang and the others looked at each other and pondered in silence. A moment later, Wang Chang looked up at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, "Since Brother Yi can guarantee it, there's no harm in that. All right then, Chief Hall Master Yi is trustworthy." The old lady and the other 11 people expressed their opinions one after another. Qin Feiyang formed hand seals with both hands and 12 slavery seals appeared immediately. "Wait a minute." Wang Chang suddenly thought of something and spoke. "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong looked at him suspiciously. "After the fate contract is removed, will Long Zun be able to sense it immediately?" Wang Chang asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's not good." Wang Chang shook his head. "Why not?" The more Qin Feiyang listened, the more puzzled he was. Wang Chang said, "You should know that the dragons still have many supreme experts of the human race, right?" "I know that." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Actually, these people are in a similar situation. They are all forced to stay with the dragons because they have no other choice. If they are given a chance, they will definitely choose to leave the dragons. Therefore, I'm thinking, should we give them a chance too?" Wang Chang said. "Of course, that's for the best." Qin Feiyang smiled. "However, if you help us remove the fate contract now, Long Zun might implicate these people when he finds out." Wang Chang was worried. "That's right. Everyone knows Long Zun's character. She is vicious and merciless. If she finds out that we have betrayed the dragons, she might be enraged and kill all the supreme experts of the human race." The old lady also said in a deep voice. This, Qin Feiyang frowned. Yi Zhong pondered for a while before looking at Qin Feiyang and saying, "Their worries are not unreasonable." Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong. "Think about it. First, it was me, then Li Qiong, and now Wang Chang and the rest. Since they have defected one after another, in Longzun's opinion, the remaining people must have the intention to defect as well. At that time, with her character, she would rather kill everyone than continue to let you off easy. After all, these people are supreme experts. Once all of them defect and join our camp, the dragons will have even less hope." Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Chapter 29-24. In that case, we still have to think of a way to lure all of them over from Longzun's side. Qin Feiyang said. "That's impossible. Now that the war is about to begin, Longzun won't let them leave." Wang Chang shook his head. "If they don't come, how am I supposed to help them remove the control?" Qin Feiyang frowned. When Wang Chang heard that, he lowered his head and pondered. Yi Zhong, the old lady and the others pondered in their hearts as well. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, "I have a plan." Everyone raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang immediately. Qin Feiyang said, "However, there's a certain risk to this method." "What risk?" Wang Chang asked. "I need one of you to return to Longzun's side and inform the others in secret. In short, when the war starts, gather them together. At that time, I'll find an opportunity to help them remove the control of the destiny contract." Qin Feiyang said. "That's a good idea. However, don't forget that Longzun possesses the ability to hear the voice transmissions of others. How are we going to communicate with the others then?" Yi Zhong said. "That's one of the risks. Another risk is that if any of them are die-hard fans of the dragons, they will be exposed. Therefore, the person who returns will be in danger at any moment." Qin Feiyang said. Wang Chang and the others remained silent. All of a sudden, gritting his teeth, Wang Chang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'll return. You have to think carefully." Qin Feiyang said. It was fine for Wang Chang to return. After Wang Chang returned, he could tell Longzun that the old lady was already in the hands of the Sword Emperor and the other three. That way, Longzun would not suspect anything. That was because the destiny contract would dissipate after a person died. Wang Chang said, "I've already thought about it. At most, I'll die." Qin Feiyang asked, "How are you going to communicate with the others in secret?" "That's right. Voice transmission definitely won't work. However, there doesn't seem to be a better way to communicate other than voice transmission." The old woman was also deeply worried. "If you ask me, I think we should just leave them be." The burly man suddenly spoke. Qin Feiyang, Wang Chang, and Yi Zhong immediately looked at the man. "I agree. Elder Wang, you're a supreme expert in the undead stage. There's really no need for you to risk your life for these people." Another person spoke. "Yes, Elder Wang. Of the remaining people, the strongest is only at the initial imperishable realm. Even if all of them worked together, they still wouldn't be as useful as you. If something were to happen to you, it would be our loss." The others also tried to persuade him. "Are we just going to watch them die at Longzun's hands?" Wang Chang frowned. "There are always sacrifices in war. What's more, this is a war that concerns the future of humanity. Although it's a bit heartless, it's the truth. They should have realized this when they chose to follow the dragons. Besides, Longzun might not kill them. After all, he needs people now," the old woman said. Wang Chang pondered for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What do you think?" "To tell you the truth, I don't have much sympathy for these people because this is the path they chose. If there's no danger, there's no harm in saving them. But if they really have to risk their lives, I don't agree. However, the final choice is in your hands." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wang Chang fell silent. This was really a cruel choice. To tell the truth, he had never thought that he would one day be faced with such a choice. If he didn't save them, these people might all die. But if he went to save them, he might lose his own life. Yi Zhong looked at Wang Chang, who was struggling to walk, and said, "Feiyang, why don't we think of another way?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback, then turned to Yi Zhong and asked, "Master, you want to save them too?" Yi Zhong sighed. We're all compatriots after all. I feel terrible if I don't save them. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Wang Chang took a deep breath and looked at everyone. I still want to try. His eyes were resolute. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I really don't know what to do with you guys. When you're heartless, you're more heartless than anyone else. When you're kind, you're more merciful than anyone else. Wang Chang smiled bitterly. You're mocking us, aren't you? I won't deny it. Qin Feiyang said. Thinking back, what had people like Wang Chang done for the ancient world and humanity all these years? To be honest, they did not contribute at all. But now, his appearance of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind made people feel that it was somewhat hypocritical. Wang Chang sighed. It's precisely because I've done too many wrong things in the past that I want to do my best to save and make up for it now. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chang silently. His expression was sincere and there were no signs of faking it. Swoosh. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said, How about this? I won't control you guys for now. With that, he waved his hand and the 12 slavery seals dissipated. The old woman and the others looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. As long as I don't use the slavery seals to remove the destiny contract and control you guys, Long Zun won't know that you guys have already defected to me. If she doesn't know, she won't be on guard. At that time, I'll have a chance to save the others. Qin Feiyang said. What about us? Wang Chang asked. Of course you guys will enter the Black Tortoise world and stay by my side. As long as the destiny contract is not removed, Long Zun will think that you guys are still thinking of ways to sneak into the 4 major regions. Perhaps in her eyes, you guys have already entered the 4 major regions. This way, when I save the others, I can help you remove the control of the destiny contract. Qin Feiyang said. Wang Chang said in surprise, You're letting us enter the Black Tortoise world now? So, I want to ask you, are you guys really worthy of my trust? Qin Feiyang looked at the 12 people, his eyes flashing with sharpness. The Black Tortoise world was his headquarters. Everything he had was in the Black Tortoise world. If these people had ulterior motives and suddenly went on a rampage, the losses would not be small. Wang Chang and the others looked at each other, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and said in unison, You can trust us. Good. Just because of this, I'll let you guys go to the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the 12 people disappeared. At the side, Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Master, what's with your reaction? Qin Feiyang was confused. No. You're really not worried about letting them go to the Black Tortoise world? Yi Zhong said. Although they don't seem to have any flaws, the Black Tortoise world is such an important place. How can I let them go without worry? I sent them to the ancient castle's cultivation room. As the owner of the ancient castle, I can control the stone door of the cultivation room. Without my permission, they can't open the stone door. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yi Zhong shook his head and said, This old man knew that you had a trick up your sleeve. One must always be on guard against others. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, In the cultivation room, even if they self-destruct, they won't be able to pose any threat to the Black Tortoise world. That's true. After all, the current ancient castle has surpassed the limits of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Yi Zhong nodded. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qin Feiyang, you can directly open the altar and go to the inner sea. At this moment, Wang Chang's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Directly open the altar? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Long Zun himself said that the reason he couldn't open the altar and send messages was because of the sovereign divine weapon. Now that the sovereign divine weapon has been damaged, these restrictions are gone. Wang Chang said. I see. That's a lot more convenient. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened the altar, returning to the inner sea with Yi Zhong. The ancient castle. In the cultivation room. Wang Chang looked around and shook his head with a smile. I didn't expect this little guy to be so cautious. Yes. It's not without reason that he could come this far. The old woman nodded. Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong didn't hide their conversation, so they heard every word. They also knew that they could only stay in this cultivation room. Moreover, this was a cultivation room on the second floor of the ancient castle. There was nothing except for a few old cushions. The burly man walked to the stone door and tried to push it, but he couldn't open it. He shook his head regretfully and said, "I really want to see what the Black Tortoise world is like outside. There will be a chance in the future." Wang Chang smiled. "Let's recuperate first. The battle will start at any time. This time, we must do our best to make up for our sins." The old woman said. "Yes." Everyone nodded. In the inner sea, when Qin Feiyang and Yi Zhong appeared, Qin Batian immediately asked, "How is it?" "Let's settle them in the ancient castle's cultivation room for the time being," Qin Feiyang said. "Does that mean Long Zun already knows that they have surrendered to us?" Qin Batian said. "He doesn't know yet because I haven't removed the control of the fate contract." Qin Feiyang said. "You haven't removed it? Then you still dare to let them go to the ancient castle?" Qin Batian was shocked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything." "How's the battle situation now?" "As long as it's arranged." After Qin Batian said, he looked at the battlefield and said, "The strength of these two is really amazing. Yes, they are completely neck and neck. Why didn't I realize that this lunatic had such terrifying potential back then?" Lu Xingyang shook his head. Lunatic, he was naturally no stranger to him. In the past, in his opinion, Madman was at most a genius. But he didn't expect that after thousands of years, Lunatic would grow to such an extent. To be honest. Now, even if he had stepped into the perfect undead realm, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Lunatic. "That's just what you think. In my eyes, he has always been a terrifying guy. I also expect that one day in the future, he will catch up with me and even surpass me." Qin Batian smiled. Lu Zhengyang was stunned and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it will take some time to surpass you. Sooner or later." Qin Batian smiled slightly. "Wait." Qin Feiyang interrupted the two of them. He looked at Qin Batian and said, "Ancestor, I don't deny senior brother Frenz's potential, but isn't it a little too exaggerated for him to surpass you? After all, you control the strongest battle soul, the Eye of Reincarnation." Qin Batian shook his head and smiled, asking, "Then do you know what Lunatic's fighting soul is?" "Senior brother Lunatic's fighting soul?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Don't say it." He really didn't know what Lunatic's fighting soul was. Because he had never seen Lunatic activate his fighting soul before. His fighting soul is also terrifying. You have personally experienced Prince Dragon's realm of divinity. It is considered strong, but it still hasn't reached the level of a heaven-defying fighting soul. But Lunatic's fighting soul is truly comparable to a heaven-defying fighting soul. Qin Batian smiled. "So powerful?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Let's watch quietly. He should activate his fighting soul later." Qin Batian smiled. Chapter 29-25. Qin Feiyang heard this and looked up at the battlefield. He couldn't help but look forward to it. After knowing each other for so many years, the madman hadn't even activated his battle soul once. How heaven-defying was he to be so secretive? Clang. Rumble. High up in the sky. Every time the madman and Prince Dragons clashed, there would be a loud explosion. Especially the Blood Demon Tower and Sacred Dragon Sword. Every time the two heaven-defying artifacts collided, it would be a scene of destruction. Another few hundred breaths passed. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the two heaven-defying artifacts cracked at the same time and their divine light dimmed. Both sides are injured. Prince Dragons frowned. "I'm also quite surprised." The madman put away the Blood Demon Tower and waved his hand. The fifth style, Blood Prison, instantly appeared and shrouded Prince Dragons. Facing Blood Prison, Prince Dragons didn't dare to be careless. Because he had already experienced the power of Blood Prison. The power of Blood Prison's self-destruction was even more terrifying than a life form of the same realm. A barrier flickered with divine light appeared. God's domain. Yes. He had activated his divine ability, rendering all divine abilities useless. Just as Blood Prison entered the God's domain, it directly dissipated. Damn. What a shameless innate ability. The madman was annoyed. But you can't deny its power. The prince of the dragon clan said with a smile. It is very strong, but what if it's a law profound? The madman smiled coldly and a monstrous killing intent erupted. Clang. The next moment, a blood-colored sword appeared, as if it was made of blood, emitting a terrifying bloody aura. Sword of Slaughter. Following the madman's roar, the Sword of Slaughter suddenly swept up a blood-colored wave, carrying an apocalyptic sharpness as it slashed at the god's domain. With a loud bang, the god's domain shattered. Then, the Sword of Slaughter slashed furiously at the Dragon Prince. Sword of Slaughter. Qin Feiyang muttered. Sword of Slaughter is the first profound divine ability of the Law of Slaughter. Qin Batian said. I have to admit that this kid is truly a monster. He's still so young, yet he's already comprehended his first profound ability. Yi Zhong shook his head. Yeah. It's true that the new generation excels the old. Supreme Cloud and Supreme Beast could not help but sigh. Boom. The Prince of the Dragons was shocked when his divinity domain was forcibly broken. The power of laws was indeed worthy of being called the strongest power in the world. The threat that this Sword of Slaughter brought to him was simply unprecedentedly intense. However, lunatics weren't the only ones with profound divine abilities. Boom. A sacred aura burst out. Following closely. With a clang, a pure white long sword appeared out of thin air. The sword exuded a world-destroying sharpness, and a divine radiance enveloped the entire area. This is the Sword of Light, Qin Feiyang exclaimed. That's right. It is indeed the first profound divine ability of the Law of Light, the Sword of Light. Is actually the same as you, mastering the Law of Light. Yi Zhong was shocked. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and said, Master, looking at your reaction, why do you seem to have only just found out that he has mastered the Law of Light? The Prince of the Dragons has always been cultivating in seclusion in the Dragon Palace and has never appeared, so this old man doesn't know much about him. After saying that, Yi Zhong paused for a moment before continuing, I'm afraid not only this old man, even his clansmen probably don't know much about him. So mysterious. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This old man guesses that his means should not be limited to this. For you and lunatics, he might really be a formidable opponent. Yi Zhong said. A formidable opponent, Qin Feiyang murmured. At the same time, on the other side, His Highness actually mastered the Law of Light. And he has even comprehended his first profound divine ability. Why didn't we know about this? The various ancestral dragons were also shocked. Not to mention you, even this lord is not aware. Long Zun snorted coldly. Even you don't know? The various ancestral dragons looked at Long Zun in shock. En. Long Zun nodded and said helplessly, this child has been like this since he was young. No matter what he encounters, he doesn't like to tell others. In that case, even you don't know His Highness's strength. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon said. Long Zun pondered for a moment and said, in the past, this lord felt that I understood him very well. After all, he is my child, but now, seeing him reveal the Law of Light, this lord really doesn't dare to say. His Highness, our prince, is really hiding his strength. The white-robed woman shook her head and smiled bitterly. Hiding his strength? Me. Long Zun snorted coldly and didn't hide it, he even hid it from this lord. Looks like his wings have hardened and he wants to rebel. The various ancestral dragons looked at each other and shook their heads. Long Zun was obviously saying one thing and thinking another. He was obviously very pleased in his heart, but he didn't admit it. In the blink of an eye, as soon as the Sword of Light appeared, Prince Dragons grabbed it in his hand and slashed at the Sword of Slaughter. Divine light filled the sky as the sword chi roared. It was as if thousands of gods and Buddhas were chanting as a sacred aura enveloped heaven and earth. The Sword of Slaughter was completely different. Bloodlight filled the sky as baleful aura surged. It was like the incarnation of thousands of corpse demons. The two profound abilities clashed, and heaven and earth fell into a deathly silence at this moment. Boom. But in the next instant, a loud explosion that shook the sky suddenly exploded. A terrifying destructive aura surged out like a tide. Puff. Frenzy and Prince Dragons immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back at the same time. I admit that you are really strong, but the winner of this battle will definitely be me. Prince Dragons stabilized his body, and his words were filled with a monstrous domineering aura. As his voice fell, divine light surged out, and his entire body was enveloped in a layer of sacred light. It was as if a god had descended. Is that so? Frenzy stabilized himself in the air and raised his head to look at Prince Dragons. The murderous aura that flowed out of his body became more and more shocking. Yes. The prince of the dragon clan nodded with great confidence. He slowly raised his arm and said, "Accept your judgment, sword of judgment." Clang. Before his voice fell, the law of light appeared, and a divine sword that was dozens of feet long appeared. Prince Dragons grabbed the sword hilt and shook it slightly. A sonorous sound came from the sword, and a mighty aura surged out. This is the second profound ability of the law of light, sword of judgment. Qin Batian exclaimed. The second profound ability. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled when he heard this. He had actually comprehended the second profound ability. Didn't that mean that Prince Dragon's law of light had already reached the small success stage? The power of law had a total of 6 stages. Beginner, initial, small success, great success, perfection, and great perfection. At initial success stage, one could comprehend the first profound ability, which was the sword of light. Only after comprehending it to the small success stage would one be able to grasp the second type of profound divine ability. Who would have thought that Prince Dragons had actually hidden it so deeply? Recalling the last time he fought with him, he hadn't used the law of light, the 5th style of the heavenly dragon art, Seal Moon, or the 6th style, Shield of Mystic Moon. These were all super terrifying techniques. For example, the 5th style, Seal Moon, had the ability to protect the soul. Even the soul extermination technique probably couldn't break it. Because the soul extermination technique was similar to the blood prison, which ignored all external defenses. Since Seal Moon could block the blood prison's obliteration, it could naturally block the soul extermination technique. And the 6th style, Shield of Mystic Moon, had absolute defense. After all, even Wang Ming had personally admitted that even the Shield of Invincibility couldn't compare to this Shield of Mystic Moon. And the profound ability of the law of light was undoubtedly more powerful than these divine art. Sword of light, sword of judgment. At that moment, Prince Dragons really was like a god descending to earth, holding the sword of judgment to judge sinners. Haha, His Highness is amazing. He has even comprehended the second profound divine ability. It looks like there's no suspense in this battle. That bastard madman is bound to lose. Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon laughed heartily. The other 9 ancestral dragons, as well as the supreme experts behind them, were also all smiles. Even Long Zun's face, which was shrouded in mist, had a brilliant smile on it. This child was still hiding his strength. Ha, Madman was also laughing, but his laughter was full of ridicule. You want to judge me? Is the second profound ability that great? Madman's body shook, and the law of slaughter instantly surged forth like a torrent. Clang! With a loud sound, a blood-colored giant sword several jong long appeared out of nowhere. Monstrous killing intent instantly enveloped the entire area. At that moment, he was wreathed in blood-red flames, and the miserable howls of malicious ghosts reverberated around him. It was as if a god of slaughter had returned. Second profound ability, God-killing sword. Madman laughed cruelly, grabbed the god-killing sword, and charged toward Prince Dragons step by step. What? God-killing sword, the second profound ability. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. When did Madman comprehend the third stage of the law of slaughter? He remembered that Madman had personally said that the law of slaughter was only at the second stage outside Fallen Valley. At the same time, looking at this scene, Yi Zhong, Cloud Supremacy, and Beast Supremacy were all shocked. What kind of monsters were these? At such a young age, each of them had comprehended the third stage of a law of slaughter. This made these old fellows feel so ashamed that they were unable to show their faces. Lu Zhengyang glanced at Madman, then looked at Qin Batian and said with a bitter smile, I finally understand why you value this little madman so much. Actually, it's all within my expectations. If it wasn't for his adoptive father's death that caused him to waste so many years, he would be even stronger now. Qin Batian smiled. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Qin Batian was taken aback and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Although Mo Wuyuan's death made him depressed for a long time, it also made him even more terrifying because of that period of time. Just like the blood demon art, he created it during that period of time. The law of slaughter was also upgraded to the second stage at that time. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Qin Batian smiled and said, "This should be the so-called good preparation." Qin Feiyang nodded. Frankly speaking, the strength that Madman had displayed was really beyond imagination. More importantly, he had an indescribable feeling. Whether it was Madman or Prince Dragons, it seemed that they hadn't shown their true strength yet. Chapter 29-26. Slaughter Law's second profound ability. At the same time, Prince Dragons looked at the god-slaying sword in the madman's hand and fell into shock. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to comprehend the power of laws. He originally thought that he was the only one in the younger generation who had comprehended a second profound ability. This was the reason why he could look down on everyone. But he never expected that the madman would also comprehend a second profound ability. This was undoubtedly an invisible blow to him. Because this meant that there was a monster in this world that could compete with him. Clang. The madman's killing intent surged as he approached step by step. Prince Dragons took a deep breath and calmed the fluctuations in his heart. He looked up at the madman and said, "In my opinion, only Qin Feiyang was worthy of being my opponent." "What about now?" The madman chuckled. "Now there's naturally you. With the two of you, I believe that the future won't be too boring." Prince Dragons revealed a smile. This was a kind of gratification. In a person's life, it was hard to meet opponents that were worthy of respect. But now, he met two at once, so he was very happy. This came from the bottom of his heart. There was no falsehood at all. Yes. He wasn't jealous of the strength and talent that the madman displayed. This was the mentality that an expert should have. Jealousy was a sign of the weak, a sign of incompetence. Come. Let's all use our strength without holding back and fight with all our strength. Boom. With that, the Dragon Race Prince held the Sword of Judgment and charged at Madman. Clang. The two clashed in the air again. Two profound abilities, their sharpness could destroy the world. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to give it a try. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. They were both from the younger generation, but the Madman and Prince Dragons had both comprehended a second profound ability. But him. He had only comprehended a first profound ability. The gap was quite big. Don't be discouraged. In terms of age, you're much younger than them. Qin Batian said with a comforting smile. To be honest, the lunatic was actually someone from the same era as Qin Batian. In terms of seniority, Qin Feiyang was one generation lower than Madman. Therefore, in Qin Batian's eyes, Qin Feiyang was not at all inferior to Madman and Prince Dragons. He was even more outstanding than the two of them. It's not that I'm discouraged. I just don't want to lose to them. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You didn't lose. Because no matter if it's the lunatics or the princes of dragons, at your stage, they didn't have the same achievements as you do now. Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. So, should I be proud? Proud? That won't do. Qin Batian shook his head and laughed. To tell the truth, Qin Feiyang indeed had the right to be proud. Because, if he didn't count the time in the castle and the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang hadn't even been on the path of cultivation for 1,000 years. Just think about it. In this world, who could step into the half-step invincible realm in such a short time? It could be said that no one could do it. However, a proud attitude would make people arrogant, so this was definitely not something that could be done. Ancestor, what do you plan to do after this battle? Qin Feiyang suddenly asked. After it's over, Qin Batian murmured and smiled. If I can survive, of course I'll go home and have a look. Qin Feiyang said, then grandfather and great-grandfather will definitely be very happy. Speaking of them, I feel quite guilty. One is my son, the other is my grandson, but I have never fulfilled my responsibility as a father or a grandfather. Qin Batian shook his head. They won't blame you, Qin Feiyang said. Qin Batian shook his head and smiled. The result of this battle is still unknown. Let's talk about it after it's really over. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Batian and secretly swore in his heart that he must win this battle. Furthermore, everyone around him had to survive. He didn't want to taste the pain of his family, friends, and brothers dying in battle again. Clang. Catcher. High up in the sky, Madman and the Prince of Dragons fought until the sky turned dark. Blood was spurting out from their bodies. But for them, this kind of injury was nothing. The more they fought, the braver they became. Blood Demon Domain, Heavenly Dragon Domain, Blood Prison, God's Domain, Sky Halberd, God-slaying art. Whether it was profound divine abilities or divine arts, they had all been unleashed to the extreme. However, although it was a life-and-death battle, both of them had respect for each other in their eyes. This battle had already lasted for half an hour. They were covered in wounds and blood dyed the sky. But the two of them were still lively, and there wasn't the slightest bit of weakness in their expressions. If it weren't for our different positions, we should be able to become friends. The Prince of Dragons laughed. I believe that we will still be very good friends. Madman echoed with a smile. The Prince of Dragons said regretfully, unfortunately, we both have something to protect. Yes. For their sake, the outcome of this battle must be decided. Be prepared. Full power. Madman roared towards the sky, and a monstrous aura broke out from his body. Following closely, under everyone's shocked gaze, Madman's cultivation began to soar again. In just an instant, his cultivation had reached the large success stage of the undead realm. What? The Prince of Dragons' expression changed. This is the true blood demon technique, an increase of 3 small realms. Madman smiled proudly, and the god-slaying sword slashed towards the Prince of Dragons. Strong, too strong, the Prince of Dragons muttered. Looking at the madman at this moment, he even had an illusion. This person was even more terrifying than Qin Feiyang. The judgment sword slashed furiously, but it was no longer a match for the god-slaying sword, and with a crack, it shattered. The madman's current cultivation was 1 small realm higher than the Prince of Dragons, and he had already begun to overwhelm him. This guy, what other shocking means is he hiding? Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. To actually increase his cultivation by 3 small realms, this was too unexpected. What should we do? His Highness is no longer the madman's opponent. The Prince of Dragons were all panicking at this moment. Even the revered dragons were extremely nervous. In just a few breaths, the Prince of Dragons was heavily injured, and his entire body was bleeding. There was even a deep sword wound on his body that revealed his bones. The outcome has been decided. The madman took a step forward, and like a demon god descending, the god-slaying sword shattered in all directions. Immediately, the Prince of the Dragon Clan sensed a fatal danger sweeping over him. But, at this moment, he didn't panic at all. You're really too strong. The current you, I'm afraid that even the ancestral dragons aren't your opponent. I really like you more and more. If you can join the dragons, together with Qin Feiyang, our dragons will definitely be immortal. Unfortunately, I know that this is a dream that will never be realized. The Prince of Dragons' heart fluctuated. This was the most terrifying opponent he had ever encountered in his life. That heart of cherishing talent was difficult to suppress. Since you know that this is a dream that will never be realized, then what are you still saying? Laozi knows that you still have a trump card, quickly show it to Laozi. The madman roared and slashed at the Prince of Dragon God's head. All right. As you said, be prepared. The Prince of Dragons took a step forward, and a terrifying ice force roared out from his body. At the same time, ice crystals and flames rose from the ground and surrounded his body. The madman looked at the Prince of Dragons in shock. Not only the madman, but Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. Because, at this moment, the flame on the Prince of Dragons' body was no longer the power of the Sky Dragon. Moreover, at this moment, the Prince of Dragons' temperament had completely changed. All along, The Prince of Dragons had been like a transcendent and sacred son of God in everyone's impression. But now, he was like a demon god transformed. That sacred aura could no longer be found, and it was filled with indifference, ruthlessness, and cold-bloodedness. "What's going on with you?" The madman frowned. "This is another me." The Prince of Dragons spoke. "Another you?" The madman was stunned. "That's right. I'm different from other divine dragons. I was born with two souls. One is the soul of the Sky Dragon, and the other is the soul of the Ice Dragon. The Sky Dragon's soul is inherited from my mother, and the Ice Dragon's soul is inherited from my father. The difference is that the Sky Dragon's soul is more gentle, and the Ice Dragon's soul is more brutal. So all this time, I have sealed the Ice Dragon's soul in my sea of consciousness. I originally thought that I would never unlock the seal in my life, but I didn't expect to meet you." The Prince of Dragons opened his mouth, and his tone was not as gentle as before, but carried a bone-piercing chill. "So that's how it is." The madman muttered. Qin Feiyang also nodded in realization. When he heard the Prince of Dragons mention the other him, he was still a little confused, but it turned out that he was referring to the other Ice Dragon's soul. However, the Prince of Dragons actually wanted to seal the Ice Dragon's soul. Then how brutal was this Ice Dragon's soul? "Next, the Ice Dragon's soul will control this body. You have to be prepared." The Prince of Dragons looked at the madman and said a sentence, then directly closed his eyes. The madman stared at the Prince of Dragons and couldn't help but be secretly vigilant. Shua. Almost at this moment, the Prince of Dragons suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light suddenly burst out. As expected. At this moment, the Prince of Dragons no longer had any emotions in his eyes, leaving only indifference. Sure enough, this prince still has to make a move. The Prince of Dragons opened his mouth, his cold tone revealing a bit of malevolence. "So what if you come out? I'll still kill you." The madman sneered. The god-slaying sword let out a sonorous sword cry, carrying a sharp edge that could destroy heaven and earth as it crazily attacked. A mere ant dares to challenge this prince. The Prince of Dragons' face was full of disdain as he raised his hand. With the appearance of the Law of Light, the Sword of Judgment condensed and became thick. Following closely, the Prince of Dragons grabbed the Sword of Judgment and faced the god-slaying sword. Clang! The two profound divine abilities collided once again. The Sword of Judgment shattered once again. The Prince of Dragons spat out a mouthful of blood as his body retreated, but he didn't panic at all. He looked at the madman expressionlessly and said, "Indeed quite strong. Do I need you to say that? Who doesn't know that I'm very strong?" The madman snorted coldly. Using the support technique, he instantly closed in on the Prince of Dragons and attacked again. Chapter 29-27. Then do you know how strong this prince is? Ice Dragon Domain. Prince Long's eyes turned cold as a monstrous dragon's aura erupted. Immediately after, his cultivation soared crazily. In just an instant, he stepped into the Great Success Undead Realm, and it didn't stop. It was still soaring. Boom. The next moment, Prince Long's cultivation soared to the Perfection Undead Realm. What the hell? Madman was shocked. He actually raised his cultivation to the Perfection Undead Realm. One must know. With the support of the Blood Demon technique, his cultivation was only at the Great Success Undead Realm. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others were also shocked. Ice Dragon Domain? Why didn't Prince Long activate this kind of divine art before? But Prince Long didn't explain. With the appearance of the Law of Light, the Sword of Judgment appeared again and slash. With a loud crack, the god-killing sword in Madman's hand shattered on the spot. Then, the Sword of Judgment carried a monstrous aura as it charged towards Madman like lightning. Madman's heart tightened as he hurriedly retreated, but he was still swept by the sword light. On his chest, a wide bloody mark suddenly appeared as blood gushed out. You're not the only one who can create a divine art that can increase one's realm. The Dragon Prince said coldly. Then, like a demon god, he walked toward the madman step by step with the judgment sword in his hand. This is impossible. Madman shook his head. Prince Long said expressionlessly, "Are you very puzzled as to why Sky Dragon didn't activate the Ice Dragon Domain before?" The sky dragon he was referring to was naturally the sky dragon soul. That's right. Madman nodded. Since he had such a powerful divine art, Sky Dragon should have activated it before. Because this prince is different from him. Although we are symbiotic, our divine souls are independent. He is him, and I am me. Simply put, I can't use the divine art he created. Similarly, he can't use the divine art I created. Prince Long said. There's such a thing. Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang's face was also full of astonishment. This situation was the opposite of the inner demons. Thinking back to when the inner demons were still around, all of his methods could be used by the inner demons. This included the 6-word divine formula. But now, the heavenly dragon's soul and the ice dragon's soul were two completely independent entities, completely unrelated to each other. Something's wrong. Since you are unrelated to the sky dragon, why are you able to use the law of light? Madman raised his eyebrows. Haha, the ice dragon's soul laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Madman said in a deep voice. This prince is laughing at your stupidity. The ice dragon's soul shook its head and said, do you still need to ask? Of course, it's because I've also comprehended the laws of light. As he spoke, he had already walked in front of the madman and slashed his sword at the madman. Madman hurriedly retreated and said in shock, you've actually comprehended the law of light? What's there to be surprised about? Even the sky dragon can comprehend it, let alone this prince. The ice dragon's soul was full of disdain. The sword of judgment swept across the sky, forcing the madman to retreat and his injuries to worsen. He really didn't expect the dragon's soul to be hiding such a terrifying ice dragon's soul. What's wrong? That's it. The disdain on the ice dragon's soul's face became even thicker. As his voice fell, the sword of judgment in his hand automatically dissipated. The madman was surprised. What did this mean? In terms of potential and comprehension, the Sky Dragon Kid can't compare to me. Now, I'll let you see what a true monster is. Esoteric superpower, Holy Sword of Light. The Ice Dragon's soul waved his hand and the law of light appeared. With a clang, a giant sword appeared and a sacred aura instantly shrouded the surroundings. Holy Sword of Light. Seeing this scene, not only Madman, but even Qin Feiyang and the others, as well as the group of people from the dragon race, were all bewildered. You don't even know about the Holy Sword of Light? You guys are really ridiculous. The Ice Dragon's soul scanned the crowd and said coldly, the Holy Sword of Light is the third esoteric superpower of the Law of Light. What? You've already comprehended the third esoteric superpower, the madman exclaimed. That's right. The Ice Dragon's soul nodded. Unbelievable. How did he do it? The third esoteric superpower requires one to comprehend the law of light to the greater success stage of the fourth stage. Terrifying, truly terrifying. It wasn't just Madman. Even Yi Zhong and the other powerful cultivators from the older generation felt waves of shock in their hearts. This level of comprehension ability could simply be said to be unprecedented in the past and unparalleled in the future. Lord Longzuan, is this true? The dragons group were also in disbelief. Especially the ancestral dragons. They had cultivated for countless years and hadn't even comprehended the beginner level of the law of light, let alone the third esoteric superpower. Therefore, they found it hard to accept. The Longzuan was silent. Her face was covered by mist and her expression couldn't be seen. However, from her clenched fists and trembling body, it wasn't hard to guess that she was very excited. Lord Longzuan? The ancestral dragons looked at the Longzuan suspiciously. Ah. The Longzuan seemed to have recovered and looked at the ancestral dragons in confusion. So we didn't hear their voices before? The ancestral dragons cursed silently. However, they didn't dare to show their dissatisfaction. The fire dragon ancestral dragon asked, Lord, is it true that His Highness has comprehended the third esoteric superpower? Didn't you guys see it with your own eyes? Do you still need to ask? The Longzuan glared at the 10 of them. Although we saw it with our own eyes, it's still too shocking. The black dragon ancestral dragon said. That's true. The Longzuan nodded. To comprehend the third esoteric superpower at such a young age, who could compare with such an achievement? What Qin Feiyang? What madman? They weren't even fit to carry her son's shoes. Who? Taking a deep breath, the Longzuan looked up at the dragon prince and smiled. Actually, this lord didn't know that he had already comprehended the third esoteric superpower. Even you didn't know? This ice dragon's soul is hidden too deeply. The blood dragon, ancestral dragon, frowned. What ice dragon soul? What sky dragon soul? They are all this lord's children. This lord doesn't want to hear such a name again, understand? The Longzuan shouted. Yes. The blood dragon, ancestral dragon, hurriedly bowed. The ancestral dragons all knew about the existence of the ice dragon soul and the sky dragon soul. Because the dragon's prince already had two souls when he was born. In other words, this was innate. However, because the Longzuan ordered to conceal this matter, many people, including most dragons, didn't know. Battlefield. Looking at the holy light sword floating in front of the ice dragon soul, Madman finally calmed down the shock in his heart. Now you understand why this prince sealed himself. It's because this prince is too strong. The ice dragon soul laughed coldly. Who? Madman let out a long breath and said, "You're too arrogant." Haha, as you said, this prince has the qualifications to be arrogant. The ice dragon soul laughed, and the holy light sword suddenly let out a sword cry that shook the sky, and charged towards Madman. No, you don't. Madman shook his head, and an obscure aura spread out from his body. It's coming. Qin Baishan's eyes trembled. What's coming? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Madman's battle soul. Qin Batian said word by word. Battle soul? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and hurriedly looked at Madman, his eyes filled with anticipation. He really wanted to know how heaven-defying Madman's battle soul was. At this moment, the holy light sword had already arrived in front of Madman, and the terrifying edge tore through Madman's skin, causing blood to gush out. Blood eye. It was also at this moment. The Madman roared as his forehead split open, revealing a blood-red eye. What is this? The ice dragon soul looked suspiciously at the blood eye. For some reason, when he looked at the blood eye, he actually felt a sense of panic in his heart. At the same time, Madman took a step forward and dodged the attack of the holy light sword. He appeared on the other side and shouted, "Innate ability, petrification." As Madman's voice fell, a strange force suddenly emerged from the blood eye and shrouded the ice dragon soul. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. A layer of stone-like scales quickly appeared on the body of the ice dragon soul. The skin on his face was the most eye-catching. The stone-like scales quickly spread across his entire face. Even the eyes of the ice dragon soul were petrified. Seeing this, Long Zun and the others couldn't help but turn pale with fright. No matter who it is, in front of Madman's face, they can't escape the fate of being petrified. Qin Batian said. This is his innate ability, Qin Feiyang murmured. That's right. The ability to petrify is not something that doesn't exist in this world. It may not give people a very scary feeling. But that's just ordinary petrification. For example, some creatures have the ability to petrify. You need to look at their eyes to be petrified. But Madman is different. It's not you looking at him, it's him looking at you. Qin Batian said. What does this mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Batian said, it means that as long as his blood eye looks at someone, they will be petrified. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled when he heard this. These were indeed two different concepts. For the former, you will only be petrified if you look at his eyes. For this type, there are ways to avoid it. You can either not look at his eyes or directly close your eyes. But Madman's innate ability is not up to you, because the initiative is in Madman's hands. Whoever he wants to petrify, he will look at that person. Even if you close your eyes, it's useless. Although it's the same petrification ability, the degree of terror is worlds apart. This is indeed a heaven-defying battle soul. Moreover, once petrified by the blood eye, except for Madman himself, no one can break the petrification state. The most important point. After being petrified, you will lose consciousness like a real stone statue. If the stone statue is shattered, you will completely lose your life. Qin Batian said again. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Except for Madman himself, no one can break the petrification. Then if one is petrified, wouldn't it be a dead end? Chapter 29-28. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but think of Soul Sealing Valley. Soul Sealing Valley used to have the power to petrify people. As long as one entered Soul Sealing Valley, they would be petrified. They would lose their consciousness and turn into a stone statue. But Soul Sealing Valley was different. After being petrified in Soul Sealing Valley, as long as one exits the valley, the petrification state would automatically be removed. But here, if Madman wasn't willing to help remove the petrification state, then the other party would be petrified forever. Terrifying, truly terrifying. After being petrified and losing consciousness, no matter how strong your cultivation is or how terrifying your means are, you wouldn't be able to resist. It was equivalent to being a fish on the chopping board. While the conversation was going on, Dragon's body was almost completely petrified. Suddenly, the holy radiant sword dissipated in the void. The dissipation of the holy radiant sword meant that the consciousness of the ice dragon's soul was also dissipating. When the consciousness of the ice dragon's soul completely dissipated, even a god wouldn't be able to save him. Not only the ice dragon's soul, even the sky dragon's soul in his sea of consciousness felt the aura of death. What did I say to you? Don't underestimate him. You just didn't believe me. Look at what happened now. The sky dragon's soul sighed. How would I know that he has such a talent? The ice dragon's soul raged. Then quickly open your god's domain and see if you can break the petrification state. The sky dragon's soul said. Although they were independent souls with independent thoughts, their battle souls were of the same body. In other words, they could share their battle souls. Unheard of. With a thought, the ice dragon's soul opened its god's domain, but the petrification state showed no signs of dissipating. This is really bad. The sky dragon's soul's heart sank. Still talking nonsense. Quickly think of a way, the ice dragon's soul urged. On the other side, the dragons were also burning with anxiety. No. I have to save him. Long Zun gritted his teeth and rushed to the battlefield. You still dare to come? Madman sensed Long Zun's aura and his eyes flashed a cold smile. His blood eyes directly locked onto Long Zun. At this moment, Long Zun's body stiffened and stopped in the void. His body also quickly began to petrify. How is this possible? Long Zun's expression changed drastically. Even she was petrified. The expressions of the ancestral dragons changed when they saw that. That's the most terrifying part. Madman's innate divine ability is able to petrify anyone within the same realm. Qin Batian said. Qin Feiyang exclaimed, does that mean he can also petrify Long Zun? Yes. It's just that the process will be slower. Qin Batian nodded. If even a great perfection imperishable realm cultivator can turn into stone, then wouldn't his innate ability be unbreakable? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's not to the extent that there's no solution. For example, a powerful external force can forcefully interrupt it. Given Madman's cultivation, this external force has to be at the sovereign realm in order to break it. Qin Batian said. Ruler realm. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This was simply unsolvable. After all, there were no rulers in the ancient realm at all. What about that heaven-defying divine artifact? Yi Zhong suddenly asked. That's right. After the seal on the heaven-defying divine artifact is unlocked and fully awakened, its power is almost at the half-step sovereign realm. That heaven-defying divine artifact should be able to forcefully interrupt it, right? Qin Feiyang said. That's true. But the dragons have heaven-defying divine artifacts now. The sacred dragon sword and the blood demon tower have both been damaged. Needless to say, the sovereign divine artifact is almost shattered. It can't help even if it wants to. Qin Batian shook his head. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, since heaven-defying divine artifacts can do it, then the heaven-defying divine arts and the power of laws should be able to do it too. Heaven-defying divine arts. The power of laws. Qin Batian was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Batian shook his head and said, Looks like you haven't fully understood the heaven-defying divine arts and the power of laws. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Heaven-defying divine arts, the power of laws, and the heaven-defying divine artifacts can't be understood with one concept. As everyone knows, the heaven-defying divine artifacts have their own consciousness and can automatically awaken to their peak state. And the strength of the heaven-defying divine artifacts is always at its peak. But the heaven-defying divine arts and the power of laws are different. These two don't have their own consciousness, and their power is determined by the user's cultivation. For example, the mad scientist and the prince dragons. Before the mad scientist activated the blood demon art, the prince dragons relied on his initial imperishable realm cultivation and the second profound divine ability of the law of light, the sword of judgment, to crush the mad scientist's god-killing sword. You have to know that the god-killing sword is also the second profound divine ability of the law of slaughter. So, the stronger the user's cultivation, the stronger the power of the heaven-defying divine arts and the power of laws. Simply put, the power of the heaven-defying divine artifacts is fixed. No matter how much you awaken, it will only be at the half-step sovereign realm. Of course, the sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying divine artifacts are different. And the power of laws and the heaven-defying divine arts are unstable. Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyang heard this and carefully pondered for a while before nodding with a smile. Seems like it. Then he looked up at Madman and said with a smile, in that case, senior brother Madman alone can sweep through the dragon clan? Otherwise, do you think he dared to say such big words before you fainted? The only thing he's afraid of is the sovereign divine weapon and the sacred dragon sword. As long as he can get rid of these two divine weapons, he will be an invincible existence. Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and recalled the scene when he fainted. The mad scientist looked at the heavily injured him and confidently said to leave the rest to him. To be honest, when he heard this, he didn't take it seriously. Because the mad scientist always had this kind of unconventional personality. But he didn't expect him to really have this ability. Blood eye, petrification, he just didn't know if the eye of heaven could replicate this blood eye. If it could, Qin Feiyang wasn't afraid. But if it couldn't, frankly speaking, although he had many heaven-defying divine artifacts in his hands, he still couldn't help but be wary. Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, the mad scientist's voice sounded. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him from afar. The mad scientist also slowly turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang's face changed and hurriedly shouted, "Don't look at us. What are you afraid of? Even if I petrify you, I can immediately help you remove the petrification state." The mad scientist laughed proudly. "Come on." Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Fine, fine, fine. The mad scientist turned his head again and laughed. Do you remember what I said to you before you fainted? I just talked about this with the ancestor. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Then you just stand there obediently and watch how I deal with these bastards. The mad scientist smiled coldly and used an auxiliary technique to rush in the direction of the dragons. He really wants to annihilate the dragons in one fell swoop. Cloud Supreme was stunned. Does he look like he's joking? But this is also good, it saves us the trouble of making a move. Sovereign Beast said. That mad scientist is coming. At the same time, the people on the dragon's side also discovered the mad scientist and fell into a panic. Run. Don't let his blood eye see us. Sovereign Dragon shouted. He never thought that he would fall in the hands of this mad scientist. Hearing Sovereign Dragon's words, the tens of thousands of people didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned to flee. Escape. The mad scientist snorted and shouted, Snowflake, send me over. The snowflake floating above Qin Feiyang and the others immediately activated the law of space and a time tunnel appeared in front of the mad scientist. The mad scientist took a step in. Damn it. Sovereign Dragon was enraged and immediately activated the law of space and a huge space crack appeared in front of the ancestral dragons. Her body hadn't been completely petrified, so it didn't stop her from activating the law of space. Seeing the space crack appear, the 10 ancestral dragons immediately led the dragons towards the space crack. Shua. But at the same time, the mad scientist appeared, his blood eye flashing with a demonic light. Immediately, the tens of thousands of people on the dragon's side started to petrify. Those half-step imperishable realm experts were completely petrified in an instant. Because their cultivation was weaker, they petrified faster. Damn it, damn it. Sovereign Dragon roared. A mere human was able to annihilate all of her dragons. Disgrace, what a disgrace. Lord Divine Weapon, please save us again. The ancestral dragons were also panicking and crying for help in despair. It has already been cut into pieces by Qin Feiyang and you still want it to save you? The mad scientist's face was full of mockery as he stepped in front of a stone statue and waved his hand, shattering the stone statue on the spot. This also meant that a half-step imperishable realm expert had fallen. Now, killing these petrified dragons was as easy as killing chickens and sheep. Mad scientist, you're courting death. Sovereign Dragon roared as her divine power surged out and pounced at the mad scientist. Snowflake. Qin Feiyang shouted. Clang. Snowflake immediately opened the space tunnel and descended in front of the mad scientist, blocking the power of Sovereign Dragon. Kill her directly, Qin Feiyang ordered. To avoid any more trouble, it was best to kill Sovereign Dragon as soon as possible. Okay. Snowflake's artifact spirit responded and charged at Sovereign Dragon. Mad scientist, Qin Feiyang, our battle isn't over yet. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist were startled as they quickly turned to look at the stone statue of the Prince of the Dragons. Because this was the voice of the Prince of the Dragons. However, the Prince of the Dragons had been completely petrified, so why was there still a voice coming out? Mad scientist, you're really strong. In my opinion, you've even surpassed Qin Feiyang. But if you think you can defeat me like this, then you're wrong. Revive for me. As the Prince of the Dragons roared, a monstrous aura suddenly erupted from the stone statue. What? It's actually the aura of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist's expression suddenly changed as their faces were filled with disbelief. Didn't the Prince of the Dragon's sacred dragon sword and the Blood Demon Tower both suffer injuries? How could it revive? No. This wasn't the aura of the sacred dragon sword. The aura of the sacred dragon sword was the same as the heavenly dragon soul, filled with a sacred aura. But now, this aura carried a vicious aura, just like the soul of the ice dragon. Could it be that the Prince of the Dragons had another heaven-defying divine artifact besides the sacred dragon sword? Chapter 29-29. What's going on? Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even the dragons and the ancestral dragons were stunned. Obviously. I don't know what's going on. Clang. Accompanied by a sword cry that shook the heavens and earth, a terrifying sharp light surged out. Crack. Immediately, the phosphorus on the dragon's prince's body shattered, revealing a bloody body. Sky Dragon's power. Following closely. With a low shout, waves of divine power emerged, and the bloody body immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a terrifying recovery ability! Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. Clang. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang and the others to recover, a divine light suddenly rushed out from the dragon's prince's body. It was a long sword. It was about a meter long, as thin as a cicada's wing, as if it was condensed from ice, emitting a world-destroying sharp light. This is... Qin Feiyang and the others stared at the long sword. This long sword was really not the Holy Dragon Sword. This is the Ice Dragon Sword. The dragon's prince spoke. The Ice Dragon Sword emitted a mighty divine power, blocking the petrification effect of the blood eye. Ice Dragon Sword. Everyone was surprised. That's right. The Ice Dragon Sword is also a heaven-defying divine artifact. But even my mother and sister don't know about the existence of the Ice Dragon Sword. The only people who know about it are my father and me. The dragon's prince smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look at Long Zun. Seeing Long Zun's surprised face, it seemed that he really didn't know. Two heaven-defying divine artifacts, it was really unexpected. Madman looked at the dragon's prince and frowned. You are now the soul of the heavenly dragon? Because at this moment, The dragon's prince's cultivation had returned to the small success undead realm. And his expression and tone didn't have the slightest bit of hostility, making people feel as if they were sitting in a spring breeze. Yes. The dragon's prince nodded. Then this ice dragon sword was also refined by your father. Madman frowned. That's what father said, but I don't know if he was the one who refined it. However, this is no longer important. You've shown me your full strength. To show you my respect, I'll show you my full strength now. The Prince of the Dragons smiled. What? Still hiding a trump card? Madman was shocked. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, he doesn't seem to be putting on an act. Be careful. Yes. Madman nodded. Clang. With a sword hum, another battle sword appeared before the Dragon Prince. This was the shattered sacred dragon sword. The entire sword was broken into 5 or 6 pieces, dim and lifeless. The Holy Dragon Sword and the Ice Dragon Sword are not ordinary heaven-defying divine artifacts. The Prince of Dragons spoke. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and the others frowned. It was not an ordinary divine artifact. Why couldn't he understand? You will understand very soon. The Prince of Dragons waved his hand, and the fragments of the Holy Dragon Sword quickly reassembled. Although the broken parts were not repaired, they could be considered complete. Then, the Prince of Dragons raised his hands, holding the Holy Dragon Sword in one hand and the Ice Dragon Sword in the other. At this moment, everyone present stared fixedly at the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts. The Prince of Dragons grabbed the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts and slowly approached each other. What is he trying to do? The madman frowned. Finally, the 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts collided with each other. Fuse. At this time, the Prince of Dragons also let out a low shout. The 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts immediately shone brightly and merged into one. In other words, the Holy Dragon Sword and the Ice Dragon Sword had merged into one, turning from 2 divine artifacts into one. This, everyone was dumbfounded. Including the Dragon Sovereign and the various ancestral dragons. Fusion of heaven-defying divine artifacts. There was actually such a thing in the world. After the fusion, the divine artifact turned into a broadsword. It was about 1.5 meters long. It was as wide as 5 fingers. On both sides of the sword body, there was a sacred sky dragon pattern on one side and a sinister ice dragon pattern on the other. This is the true appearance of the Ice Dragon Sword and the Holy Dragon Sword. They are called the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. The Prince of Dragons raised his hand and grabbed the hilt of the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. He looked at the madman and smiled. Ice Dragon Holy Sword. The madman's heart trembled. With the fusion of 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts, wouldn't that mean that its power had already surpassed the heaven-defying divine artifacts? Awaken, Ice Dragon Holy Sword. The Prince of Dragons whispered. The way he looked at the Ice Dragon Holy Sword was extremely gentle, as if he was looking at his lover. Clang. Immediately, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword suddenly trembled as a world-destroying might roared out. What? The moment the Ice Dragon Holy Sword emitted its aura, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions. Especially Yi Zhong and the others. This was because the aura of the Ice Dragon Holy Sword had already far surpassed that of a heaven-defying divine artifact. Not only that, it also had the aura of a dominator divine weapon. Could it be? Everyone couldn't help but have a terrifying thought in their minds. Could it be that the fused Ice Dragon Holy Sword was a sovereign divine weapon? Swish. Suddenly, the Prince of Dragons took a step forward. The madman was startled and instinctively retreated. However, the Prince of Dragons didn't attack him. The Prince of Dragons landed in front of Long Zun. He waved the Ice Dragon Holy Sword in his hand and attacked Snowflake. Snowflake was startled. She immediately opened a space-time tunnel and fled to Qin Feiyang's side. At least you're fast. The Prince of Dragons muttered. Then, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword slashed through the air. The petrification of Long Zun was forcefully cut off. The recovery ability of Long Zun was even more terrifying. Back then in the Sky Dragon Sea, the ancestral dragon's divine dragon body was cut off by Qin Feiyang. But with a wave of his hand, it was restored to its original state. So, when the petrification was forcefully cut off, her petrified divine body was instantly restored. The Prince of Dragons said, "Mother, take the clansman and leave the inner sea immediately." "What about you?" Long Zun hurriedly asked. "This battle concerns the fate of us dragons. I won't back down, and I can't lose." The Prince of Dragons smiled. But Long Zun was anxious. At the same time, she blamed herself. She was the leader of the dragons, the ruler of the ancient world. She was usually awe-inspiring, but at the critical moment, she was useless. This child had to carry such a heavy burden. She was ashamed. The Prince of Dragons smiled comfortingly. "With the Ice Dragon Holy Sword, I won't lose." "Then be careful. I'll come back to help you after I've settled my clansmen," Long Zun said. The Prince of Dragons nodded. Long Zun immediately turned around and flew toward the other ancestral dragons. "Stop her!" the beast sovereign shouted. The sunset divine bow immediately awakened. An arrow flashing with divine light pierced through the sky and shot toward Long Zun. "As long as I'm standing here, I won't allow anyone to hurt my mother or my clansmen." The Prince of Dragons stood in the void like a god. His long hair and clothes fluttered. Clang! The Ice Dragon Holy Sword slashed through the sky and the arrow shot by the Sunset Divine Bow shattered on the spot. "So strong." The Sunset Divine Bow was shocked. "This is my child." Long Zun looked at the back of the Prince of Dragons. Her eyes were dazed. She had never thought that this child would be so strong. "Child, mother is proud of you." Murmuring, Long Zun turned around and flew above Ancestral Dragon and the others. The power of the Sky Dragon rolled out and covered everyone. At this moment, the petrification on Ancestral Dragon and the others also started to disappear. But a large portion of them were still petrified. These people were the half-step undying sovereigns that had been petrified, and the sovereigns that had just reached the undying realm. Because they had been completely petrified. How could this be? Seeing this scene, Long Zun was dazed. "You still don't know. They have been completely petrified. Without my help, no one can help them get rid of the petrification." The mad scientist smiled coldly. "Damn it. Why is there such a perverted battle soul?" Long Zun was furious. The Prince of Dragons glanced at the petrified people and then at his furious mother. Finally, he looked back at the mad scientist and said, "Is it really like this? You can try if you don't believe me," the mad scientist said proudly. The Prince of Dragons looked at the Ice Dragon sacred sword in his hand and smiled. "Let him see your power of law." Clang! The Ice Dragon sacred sword trembled as if responding to the Prince of Dragons. Then, a vast life energy rolled out and rushed towards Long Zun and the others. Then, those petrified people started to recover. How is this possible? The mad scientist was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. To be able to forcefully remove the petrification, what kind of law was this? The Prince of Dragons said, "One of the strongest laws in the world, the law of life." Law of life? The mad scientist paused. Qin Feiyang also had a trace of suspicion on his face. However, the faces of Qin Batian, Yi Zhong and the rest changed drastically. The law of life has endless vitality and can heal everything in the world. Even the highest profound meaning can bring the dead back to life. The Prince of Dragons laughed. So powerful. The mad scientist was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong, Qin Batian, and the others and asked, "Master, Ancestor, is that so?" Yi Zhong and the others nodded. "Law of life, one of the strongest laws," Qin Feiyang muttered. The power of law of this Ice Dragon sacred sword was too terrifying. Wait a minute. The last two words of the six-word divine art were life and death. Could it be, as he guessed, that these two words represented the law of life and death? "We're free. Let's go." In the blink of an eye, those who were completely petrified finally recovered. They looked at the mad scientist in horror and followed Long Zun into the sky. "Feiyang, we can't let Long Zun escape. Otherwise, if she wants to enter the 4 major regions, the Sword Emperor and the others won't be able to stop her," Qin Batian shouted. Because Long Zun controlled the law of space, she didn't need to go through the entrances of the 4 major regions. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang looked at the sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying artifacts and shouted, "Seal the inner sea for me." Clang! The various heaven-defying artifacts immediately rushed into the sky and stood at the peak of the sky. Divine power rolled in all directions, and in an instant, a huge barrier enveloped the entire inner sea. Just a mere heaven-defying artifact, you want to stop my people? The Prince of Dragons slashed at the sky. Sword chi roared in all directions and the barrier shattered on the spot. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. One must know. The sunset divine bow and the other heaven-defying artifacts had been cultivating in the land of origin for many years and had long surpassed the limits of heaven-defying artifacts. But now, in the face of the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword, it was so weak. The Ice Dragon Sacred Sword was a sovereign divine weapon. Chapter 29:30. Another sovereign divine weapon. How could they continue fighting? Just like the Dragon God Sword. In order to destroy it, how much did Qin Feiyang pay, and how much blood did he absorb? And now, the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword appeared again. Even if Qin Feiyang attacked, there was not enough blood for him to use the kill formula. Moreover, he could not open the slaughter domain now. Because the slaughter domain could only be opened once a day. Just you wait, I will personally come to the 4 major regions and let you know the consequences of going against me, the dragons. Long Zun watched the barrier shatter and smiled coldly at Qin Feiyang and the others. Then, she opened a space-time crack. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, their hearts sank. Especially Madman, Fire Lotus, and Hue Yi in the castle, their faces turned pale. Because in the North region, there were their relatives. If Long Zun really came to the North region, the consequences would be unbelievable. Yi Zhong suddenly said, "Don't be so nervous, Long Zun can't leave the Divine Land." Can't leave? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Long Zun could not leave the Divine Land. This was indeed a fact, and he had known it for a long time. But it was different now. Divine Dragon Island had collapsed, and the sovereign divine weapon had been destroyed. Then this restriction should be gone. Yes. You may think that it is the sovereign divine weapon and the dragon god that are restricting her, but that is not the case. The real restriction is the guardians of the 4 major regions. As long as these 4 guardians are here, she can forget about stepping into the 4 major regions. Yi Zhong said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Qin Batian also said, I have seen these 4 guardians before. Why didn't I know about this? Then how long have you been with them? I'm afraid you only met them briefly at most. But I am different. I have followed Long Zun for many years. I have heard about this from her. Yi Zhong said. Qin Batian said, if that's the case, then it's not a big problem. Long Zun glanced at Yi Zhong and sneered, Yi Zhong, do you think you're very smart? No. I've never considered myself very smart. Because if I was really smart, I wouldn't have been used by you for so many years. Yi Zhong sighed. Ha. Long Zun laughed and said, following Qin Feiyang, you've learned to know your own limits. Yes. I'm actually the biggest culprit behind the fall of the human race. Because it was this old man who single-handedly created the Dragon God Palace. It was also this old man who set them on a path of no return. Yi Zhong shook his head in self-mockery. The biggest mistake he had ever made in his life was creating the Dragon God Temple. If he hadn't created the Dragon God Palace, people like Li Qiong wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Yes, you are a sinner. You should forgive yourself. As for the 4 great regions, this sovereign is indeed unable to leave the divine continent, but this sovereign's clone can go. The 10 great ancestral dragons can go. The strongest of my dragons can also go. With just this power, it's enough to plunge the 4 great regions into misery and suffering. Just wait for despair. Long Zun laughed, his words filled with ruthlessness and madness. Yi Zhong clenched his fists and said angrily, what's wrong with these creatures? Why do you have to drag them into this? This is the price of angering my dragons. Long Zun said. You're a lunatic. Yi Zhong roared. Yes. This sovereign is a lunatic, but this is because of you. After letting you linger on for so many years, it's time for the human race to go extinct. Long Zun smiled sinisterly and turned to walk towards the spacetime crack. Mother. But at this time, the Prince of the Dragons spoke. What's wrong? Long Zun was slightly taken aback. He stopped and turned his head to look at the Prince of the Dragons suspiciously. The Prince of the Dragons was silent for a while and sighed. Don't hurt those innocent creatures, okay? Long Zun shook his head and said, Silly child, can't you see? They want to annihilate all of our dragons. If we are lenient, they won't be lenient. I know. But I really don't agree with this kind of heinous act. The Prince of the Dragons said. Bastard, isn't it heinous for them to slaughter our dragons? Long Zun said angrily. Mother. The Prince of the Dragons shouted. Shut up. I can agree to your other requests, but not this one. Long Zun said. Then go. The guardians of the 4 great regions are not weak. Even if you let your clansmen go, they may not succeed. The Prince of the Dragons said. Then let's burn together with them. No matter how strong those 4 old things are, can they stop our clansmen from self-destructing? Long Zun roared. Self-destructing. The Prince of the Dragons' eyes trembled. She actually wanted her clansmen to self-destruct and perish with the 4 great regions. Qin Feiyang and the others also trembled. This woman was completely crazy. You old witch, you actually want all the creatures of the ancient world to die with you dragons. I will never let you succeed, even if I have to pay with my life. The madman suddenly roared and activated the heaven-defying technique, the blood demon domain, and crazily attacked Long Zun. Don't talk about pouncing on me like a mad dog. Even if you really self-destruct, you can't stop me. Long Zun smiled contemptuously and stepped into the time crack with tens of thousands of experts. No, the madman roared. Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yi Zhong, Qin Batian, and Lu Zhengyang and roared, Master, Ancestor, immediately take everyone and all the heaven-defying artifacts to the 4 great region. What about you? Yi Zhong hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang said, Senior Brother Madman and I are enough here. But the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword is a sovereign weapon, Yi Zhong said. I know. But the 4 great regions are more important. Because all the creatures of the ancient world are now in the 4 great regions. Qin Feiyang said. What else did Qin Batian want to say? Go. Qin Feiyang roared. Qin Baishan's body trembled. He actually felt a great sense of oppression from Qin Feiyang. Okay, be careful. Qin Batian nodded his head as he opened up a space-time tier. A group of people and various heaven-defying divine weapons instantly rushed in. Watching everyone leave and watching the time crack gradually close, Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the Prince of Dragons. At this moment, in the entire sky above the inner sea, only Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the Prince of Dragons were left. Qin Feiyang looked at the Prince of Dragons and said, This is our fate. Between me and Senior Brother Madman and you, one of us must die here. That's right. I really want to be friends with you, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance. The Prince of Dragons smiled. Don't try to get close to me. If this old man really dies in the hands of you dragons, I swear that I will destroy you all for the rest of my life. Madman roared. As long as you kill me, I believe that with your strength, you can do it. The Prince of Dragons nodded. Then come. Madman took a step forward and activated all the divine arts. A terrifying aura shattered heaven and earth. Qin Feiyang also took a step forward and landed beside Madman. All kinds of divine arts appeared out of thin air, exuding a world-destroying divine might. The power of the sovereign weapon was obvious to all. Even if Madman and Qin Feiyang worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat it. But now, they had no other choice. They could only take out their old lives and fight to the death with the Prince of Dragons. Chapter 2931. However, just as the battle was about to begin, four terrifying auras suddenly erupted in the North Sea, West Sea, East Sea, and South Sea. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were shocked as they hurriedly soared into the sky and looked in all four directions. Did they start fighting so soon? That's not right. Long Zun had mastered the laws of space and time, so he shouldn't have gone to the four seas. Wait a minute. These 4 auras weren't from people they were familiar with. In other words, it wasn't the Sword Emperor and the other 3 fighting with the dragons. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled slightly as he looked in the direction of the North Sea. What's wrong? Frenzy was surprised. Below, Prince Dragons also looked at him suspiciously. The owner of the aura in the North Sea seems to be that old man, Qin Feiyang said. Old man? What old man? Frenzy was suspicious. Yi's master, the guardian of the North region, Qin Feiyang said word by word. The guardian of the North region. Frenzy immediately looked in the direction of the North Sea. The guardians appeared so quickly, Prince Dragons couldn't help but be shocked as a trace of worry appeared on his face. Since the aura in the North Sea was the guardian of the North region, then the auras in the West Sea, East Sea, and South Sea must also be the guardians of the 3 major regions. The appearance of the 4 guardians at the same time must be because of his mother and his clansmen. Although he had never seen the 4 guardians and didn't know their true strength, but to be able to restrict his mother to Divine Land, they must have extremely powerful means. Now that the 4 of them attacked at the same time, would his mother and his clansmen be in danger? All of this seemed to be slow, but the entire process happened in an instant. The space crack opened by Qin Batian and Long Zun was about to be completely closed. But at this moment, a group of people retreated from the 2 space cracks. These people were Qin Batian, Long Zun, and the others. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. Didn't they leave? Why did they come back? At the same time, Qin Batian and the others, as well as the Dragons' group, were all surprised. Obviously, they didn't know what was going on either. But Long Zun's entire body was emitting a bone-piercing chill. Whoosh! Long Zun soared into the sky and swept his gaze over the 4 sea regions. He angrily said, "You 4 old bastards, are you done yet?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Longzuan. Could all of this have something to do with the 4 guardians? Following closely, Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and instantly landed beside Qin Batian and the others. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Ancestor, what's going on?" Qin Batian said, "Just now, a mysterious force suddenly appeared and forcefully cut off the spacetime teleportation, forcing us back." What? Even spacetime teleportation can be forcibly cut off? Qin Feiyang and madman were shocked. Qin Batian glanced at the flustered and exasperated Long Zun, then looked at the 4 sea regions and murmured, "The aura of the 4 guardians." Qin Batian pondered for a moment and said, "I think it should be related to the 4 guardians. How terrifying would it take to cut off the spacetime teleportation?" Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. He turned to look at Yi Zhong and asked, "Master, do you know what's going on?" Although this old man knows that it's because of the 4 guardians that Long Zun can't leave the Divine Land, I'm not sure about the specific situation. Yi Zhong shook his head. At the same time, the dragons also flew to Long Zun and asked suspiciously, "Mother, what's wrong?" "Those 4 damn old things are sealing off the Divine Land," Long Zun said angrily. "Sealing off the Divine Land?" The dragons were stunned. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Because in this way, his mother couldn't send people to the 4 regions to kill those innocent creatures. But, to be able to forcibly cut off the space-time teleportation, the strength of the 4 guardians was a bit terrifying. Boom! The power of the 4 seas became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, waves of divine light, like a tide, rushed in from all directions at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths, this divine light covered the entire sky of the Divine Land. At this moment, if one stood at the top of the clouds and looked down at the Divine Land, they would see a shocking scene. The entire Divine Land was shrouded in a huge barrier at this time. This barrier was formed by the divine light, emitting a terrifying aura. Damn it, damn it. Long Zun looked at this barrier and roared again and again. "Mother, who is this?" The dragons were bewildered. "Heavenly prison," Long Zun said word by word, extremely furious. "Heavenly prison?" The dragons were stunned. Qin Feiyang and the others also curiously sized up Heavenly Prison when they heard this name. "Long Zun, don't blame us. It's you who tried to send people to the four regions to kill the innocent. An old voice suddenly came from the direction of the North Sea. That's the voice of that old man. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Long Zun roared, "Old bastard, I didn't personally go to the four regions. Whether you went personally or not, as the protectors of the four regions, we will not allow you to harm the creatures of the four regions. This is the condition we agreed on before. We will not interfere in the affairs of the Divine Land, and you are not allowed to harm the creatures of the four regions. Now, you are the one who broke the promise first." A woman's voice sounding extremely old and hoarse. "Good, very good." Long Zun was so angry that he laughed. Looking at the dragons, he shouted, "Quickly use the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword to split open this heavenly prison." "Mother," the dragons frowned. "What? You don't even listen to me," Long Zun said angrily. The dragons sighed. Holding the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword, he rushed into the sky and slashed at the heavenly prison with all his strength. With a loud bang, the powerful Ice Dragon Holy Sword was actually unable to break through the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison only trembled a few times before it calmed down. The prince of the dragon clan was stunned. Qin Feiyang and the others were also stunned. Even the sovereign divine weapon can't break open the heavenly prison. This is too strong. Long Zun, you know how powerful the heavenly prison is. Even your heavenly dragon god sword can't break it, let alone this Ice Dragon Sacred Sword. Although this Ice Dragon Sacred Sword is also a sovereign divine weapon, it is still a lot worse than the heavenly dragon god sword. At the top of the sky, an old man descended, looked down at Long Zun, and said lightly, "Greetings, senior." As soon as Qin Feiyang saw the old man, he immediately bowed and saluted. "That's right. This person is Lin Yi's master." He was still the same as before, wearing tattered clothes. However, his thin and weak figure was even more imposing than a mountain. "Young man, long time no see." The sloppy old man nodded and smiled. "Where is he?" Qin Feiyang asked. The sloppy old man waved his hand, and a peerless figure appeared. Who else could it be but Lin Yi? After so many years, she was still so beautiful and refined. Wearing a white dress, she was spotless like a fairy, exuding an ethereal temperament. "Brother Feiyang." Lin Yi spoke. Hearing this name, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled suddenly and asked, "Should you regain your memory?" "No." Lin Yi shook her head, and a trace of disappointment immediately appeared on her face. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment and smiled. "It doesn't matter. Even if you don't regain your memory, you will always be my sister." "En." Lin Yi nodded. The sloppy old man looked down at Long Zun and sighed, "Don't be stubborn." "Shut up." Long Zun yelled angrily. "Can't you see that even your children don't want you to harm the creatures of the four territories?" The sloppy old man said. The Prince of Dragons glanced at the old man, then looked at Long Zun, and couldn't help but sigh. Long Zun clenched his hands, looked at the Prince of Dragons, and shouted, "Continue, I don't believe that I can't break this heavenly prison." Sigh. The Prince of Dragons sighed and waved the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword again, slashing at the heavenly prison. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the heavenly prison was not damaged at all. "Let the Ice Dragon soul out," Long Zun said angrily. The Prince of Dragons said, "Mother, I have already used all my strength. There is no need to let him out. Immediately, right now." Long Zun roared. "All right." The Prince of Dragons nodded and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a fierce aura suddenly roared out. "Is it really so strong?" The Ice Dragon soul stared at the heavenly prison and smiled. Boom. Immediately, he activated the divine art that increased his cultivation and instantly stepped into the perfect undead realm. Clang. Immediately, the Ice Dragon soul held the Ice Dragon Sacred Sword and slashed at the heavenly prison frantically. Boom. However, the heavenly prison was still unharmed. How is this possible? The Ice Dragon soul's eyes widened in anger. So strong, simply invincible. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the heavenly prison with deep shock in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Long Zun was about to go crazy. He roared, "Everyone, attack together." Boom. The various ancestral dragons and tens of thousands of supreme experts all activated their strongest divine arts and charged at the heavenly prison. Kill. The ice dragon's soul came back to his senses and was filled with anger. The three profound meanings of the law of light, the sword of light, the sword of judgment, and the holy sword of light appeared at the same time. He was furious and his face was filled with dissatisfaction. As he waved his hand, the three profound meanings shattered in all directions and followed the ice dragon's sacred sword toward the heavenly prison. Boom! A loud noise that shook the heavens resounded. However, although all the supreme experts of the dragons and the ice dragon soul had all attacked, the heavenly prison still existed when the dust settled. The ice dragon soul was completely dumbfounded. Even this could not break the heavenly domain. A deep sense of powerlessness appeared in Long Zun's eyes. The sloppy old man, who had been watching silently, finally spoke at this moment. As I said before, as long as you don't harm the four major regions, this old man will not intervene in the affairs of Divine Land. Now, the entire Divine Land is your battlefield. Continue. Long Zun looked at the sloppy old man with resentment, then looked at the ice dragon soul and shouted, "Kill Qin Feiyang and the others for me." "Yes, mother." The ice dragon soul sneered, grabbed the ice dragon's sacred sword, turned around, and looked directly at the madman's bloody eyes. "Continue to petrify this prince if you have the ability." Clang. The ice dragon holy sword trembled, releasing a world-destroying sharpness that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards madman. Lin Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and the others worriedly, then looked at the sloppy old man, and asked, "Master, are we really not going to help?" "Silly girl. Although the heavenly prison can seal off Divine Land, it has no lethality. So even if I take action, it is impossible to defeat the dragons. In this battle, Qin Feiyang and the others have to work hard." The sloppy old man sighed. Hearing this, Lin Yi did not say anything more. She looked down at Qin Feiyang and the others with worry. Chapter 29:32. The ice dragon's sacred sword emitted an apocalyptic aura as it tore through the chaos and pointed at Madman. "Senior brother Madman, come back," Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. This time, Madman didn't try to show off. Hearing Qin Feiyang's shout, he immediately retreated to Qin Feiyang's side and closed his blood eye at the same time. "What should we do?" Yi Zhong looked solemnly at the murderous soul of the ice dragon. He thought that the dragon god sword would be destroyed and the situation would be stabilized. But he never expected that another ice dragon sacred sword would appear. As a sovereign divine weapon, who could compete with the ice dragon sacred sword? Qin Batian and the others were also worried. Just now, the Northern Region Guardian said that the ice dragon sacred sword in the hands of the dragon's prince doesn't seem to be comparable to the dragon god sword. The Sunset Divine Bow suddenly spoke. Qin Feiyang said, "He said so, but it is still a sovereign divine weapon. If it really can't compare to the dragon god sword, then we can give it a try," the Sunset Divine Bow said. "That's right. We have cultivated in the land of Source for so many years and have long surpassed the boundary of heaven-defying divine weapons. If we join forces, we might be able to fight," Axe said. "Then let's do it. Victory or defeat depends on this," the Sunset Divine Bow roared. Boom. Immediately, apart from Snowflake and Bloodblade, all 15 heaven-defying divine weapons were fully awakened. The Blood Demon Tower and Sacred Dragon Sword were both injured, so they couldn't make a move now. But there was still the Black Demon Spear, Phoenix Blade, Death Scythe, and Dragon Slaying Sword. Although these 4 heaven-defying divine weapons had never been to the land of Source, they could still be awakened. Clang. The 15 heaven-defying divine weapons instantly entered a fully awakened state. Kill. With the roar of the Sunset Divine Bow, the various heaven-defying divine weapons immediately charged toward the ice dragon soul with destructive power. A bunch of ants dare to compete with the sun and moon. The ice dragon's soul's face was full of disdain. The ice dragon's sacred sword furiously slashed through the sky, and the sword chi immediately roared towards the various divine artifacts. It was our own choice to follow Qin Feiyang back then. So no matter what happens now, we will advance and retreat with him. Kill. The Sunset Bow roared. From afar, the various heaven-defying divine artifacts were like moths flying into a flame. With the determination to fight to the death, they pounced towards the ice dragon holy sword. Clang! Rumble! The sword chi of the ice dragon holy sword could be said to be monstrously terrifying. The snowflakes and blood blades immediately shattered. Following closely, the black demon spear, the heavenly phoenix saber, the death god's scythe, and the dragon-slaying sword. These 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts from the Nether King's hell shattered one after another. However, the axe, the sunset bow and the other 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts tenaciously held on, shattering the sword chi one after another as they crazily rushed towards the ice dragon holy sword. Clang! The thick earth shield took the lead and clashed with the ice dragon holy sword. Immediately, with a cracking sound, the shield of earth shattered on the spot. The 7 stars staff followed closely behind. Clang! As sparks splattered, it also broke on the spot. The sky-breaking halberd charged forward again, but it was also instantly severed by the ice dragon holy sword. "Ha, ants, all of you are ants." The ice dragon's soul laughed loudly. The ice dragon holy sword was invincible. The remaining sunset bow and other heaven-defying divine artifacts were also severed by the ice dragon holy sword one after another. They had no power to fight at all. Too strong. It's too strong. Looking at this scene, Qin Fei Yang and others trembled in their hearts. This is the sovereign divine weapon. Even if the ice dragon holy sword is only the lowest level of sovereign divine weapon now, it's not something a heaven-defying divine artifact can contend with. The sloppy old man sighed. Then, in this battle, doesn't Brother Fei Yang and the others have no chance of winning? Lin Yi asked. If it were someone else, this old man is already sure that the human side will be wiped out. But Qin Fei Yang, this person, there are too many possibilities on him. I think there might be a miracle. The sloppy old man said. Miracle, Lin Yi murmured, looking down at Qin Fei Yang. Her worried face was full of expectation and confidence. Yes, this man is full of miracles. He can definitely lead everyone to victory. Continue. The sunset bow roared. Even if it was broken, the heaven-defying divine artifacts did not give up. They used their last strength to attack the ice dragon holy sword. Clang. Boom. Accompanied by a series of loud noises, the terrifying ice dragon holy sword tore the heaven-defying divine artifacts into pieces like cutting vegetables. The fragments flew all over the sky. The light of these heaven-defying divine artifacts dimmed immediately. Enough. Come back. Qin Fei Yang sighed. Whoosh. Hearing Qin Fei Yang's words, the fragments of the heaven-defying divine artifacts immediately cut through the sky and landed in front of Qin Fei Yang. I'm sorry. It's our incompetence. The sunset bow's spirit said weakly. It's not your fault. You have tried your best. It's just that it's too strong. Qin Fei Yang smiled slightly. The sunset bow said, but even we can't match it, then who else? There's still me. Qin Fei Yang said. You. The sunset bow was shocked. Qin Fei Yang nodded and said with a smile, leave the rest to me. Finished. Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and sent the fragments of the heaven-defying divine artifacts to the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Fei Yang looked at Qin Batian and the others and said, you guys also go to the Black Tortoise realm to hide for a while. You. Qin Batian's face changed. But before Qin Batian could say anything, Qin Fei Yang sent everyone to the Black Tortoise realm. At this point, only Qin Fei Yang was left outside. The ice dragon's spirit looked at Qin Fei Yang and said in shock, are you crazy? You dare to stay outside alone? Yes. I'm indeed going crazy. Qin Fei Yang nodded his head. It was not easy to destroy the dragon god sword, and now an ice dragon holy sword appeared. If it was anyone else, they would have collapsed. However, Qin Fei Yang was even more clear that anyone could collapse, but he could not. Because if even he collapsed, then the human side would completely lose. He had to stand up and fight. Even if he had to die in this battle, he would not hesitate. All right. This prince will fulfill your wish. After I kill you, I'll go to the Black Tortoise realm to kill all your family and friends, and wash the Black Tortoise realm with blood. The ice dragon's soul laughed wildly as it waved the ice dragon holy sword in its hand. Countless sword chi immediately turned into a torrent and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Inside the Black Tortoise realm, at this moment, everyone was looking at the scene in the sky. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This guy always likes to show off, Madman said angrily. Indeed. But right now, only he can shoulder this heavy burden. Hu Yi muttered. Outside, Qin Feiyang stood against the wind, quietly watching the arrival of the sword chi. Lin Yi exclaimed, Brother Feiyang, quickly make a move. Why is he standing still? That's a sovereign divine weapon, isn't standing there waiting for death. Long Zun and others looked at Qin Feiyang's reaction and were extremely surprised. Sitting still and waiting for death, this doesn't seem to be Qin Feiyang's character. What is he brewing? Are you giving up? The ice dragon's soul couldn't help but frown. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and ignored everyone's gaze. At this moment, his entire person was unprecedentedly calm as he said silently, Ancient Castle, can the power of the sovereign divine weapon help you break the seal? That's right. This is what I'm going to do next. With the power of the Ice Dragon Holy Sword, I will break the seal of the Ancient Castle. Because now, only the Ancient Castle can compete with the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. The Ancient Castle has been integrated with the Black Tortoise realm for many years. Even the Sunset Divine Bow, a heaven-defying divine weapon, has grown so much. Maybe the Ancient Castle has now evolved into a sovereign divine weapon. I hope so. Qin Feiyang muttered secretly, suddenly looked up at the sword chi, and shouted, Come on. Immediately after, he didn't retreat but took a step forward to meet it. That terrifying sword chi instantly engulfed him. This, everyone was dumbfounded. What's the difference between this and courting death? I understand. Black Tortoise realm. The little boy muttered, suddenly looked at the ancient castle, and shouted, Everyone listen to my order, immediately activate your divine power and pour it into the ancient castle. What? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Do it. The little boy roared. Okay. Immediately, everyone in the Devil's Land released their divine power and poured it into the ancient castle. Clang. The ancient castle immediately trembled slightly, exuding a weak light. It works. The little boy was shocked. At the same time, outside, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword's sword chi finally drowned Qin Feiyang. It was also at this moment. Streaks of black light suddenly emerged from between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. As soon as this black light appeared, it covered Qin Feiyang's whole body. That terrifying sword chi was actually blocked outside by the black light. How is this possible? The ice dragon's soul was stunned. What is this thing that can block the sword chi of a sovereign divine weapon? Outside the heavenly prison, the sloppy old man also showed a look of surprise. There was also a hint of joy in Lin Yi's bright eyes. This man is indeed full of miracles. Looking at Qin Feiyang again, at the moment when the black light emerged, his heart was also overjoyed. Because the black light not only protected him but also absorbed the power of the sword chi. And, as the owner of the ancient castle, he could also clearly feel that there was a majestic divine power pouring into the ancient castle at this moment. His mind sank into the Black Tortoise realm and immediately saw the scene in the Devil's Land. The power of the Ice Dragon Holy Sword alone shouldn't be able to break the seal of the ancient castle, so I let everyone integrate their divine power into the ancient castle. How about we work together from the inside and outside? Let's see if we can forcefully break the little beast's seal. The little boy's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked him, then withdrew his mind, looked up at the ice dragon's soul, and roared, Is this all you can do? Courting death. In the face of Qin Feiyang's clamor, the ice dragon's soul was furious. It landed in front of Qin Feiyang and slashed with its sword. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he didn't dodge at all. He stepped forward and faced the Ice Dragon Holy Sword with his glabella. Boom! The tip of the Ice Dragon Holy Sword immediately fell on Qin Feiyang's glabella. An earth-shattering sharpness suddenly rushed toward Qin Feiyang's glabella. Despite the protection of the black light, the glabella quickly split open, and blood flowed out. His sea of consciousness suffered a fatal blow. It collapsed and shattered. The black light that protected Qin Feiyang also began to shatter. Not good. Qin Feiyang was shocked. If this black light collapsed, the sharpness of the Ice Dragon Holy Sword could instantly destroy him. Chapter 29:33. Arrogant. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. The Ice Dragon's soul grinned, its words filled with ferocity. The Ice Dragon's sacred sword's sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. A fatal danger shrouded his heart. Still not enough. Qin Feiyang roared in his heart. Still not enough. Black Tortoise World. The little boy couldn't help but frown. All the strongest cultivators of the Black Tortoise World were now in the demonic land, including the Dragon Slayer Temple. This was all the power they had. They still couldn't break the seal of the golden small beast. Wait. Suddenly. The little boy was shocked. The real hope wasn't the strongest cultivators of the undead stage, but the ordinary beings of the Black Tortoise World. Although the strongest cultivators were strong, their numbers were limited. However, there were billions of ordinary beings. Although they weren't as strong as the undead stage, their numbers were huge. There was a saying that went, "It takes two to clap." As long as all the beings of the Black Tortoise World worked together, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Thinking of this, the little boy immediately closed his eyes. Friends of the Black Tortoise World, I'm sorry to disturb you again. The battle with the Dragon Clan this time is more difficult than we imagined. We really have no other choice, so we still need your help. I implore everyone, whether you're a human or a beast, to raise your hands and release your divine power. I need your help, the Black Tortoise World needs your help, and Qin Feiyang needs your help even more. I'm free of you. Immediately. The little boy's voice sounded in the minds of all the beings of the Black Tortoise World, full of sincerity. What's going on? You still need our help. We've already given so much blood, and now you want us to give up our divine power. What's going on? And this voice, it's not the Lord Ruler at all. Is this real or fake? The entire Black Tortoise World fell into chaos. Believe me, this is all real. We really need your help. The little boy's voice sounded again. Everyone was uncertain. Because they had never heard the little boy's voice before, they didn't know who he was, so they couldn't determine if it was real or fake. See for yourselves. The little boy waved his hand, and a vast power instantly enveloped the entire Black Tortoise World. Following closely, various images appeared in the sky above the Black Tortoise World. On the screen, it was the scene of Qin Feiyang and the Ice Dragon soul fighting. It's the Lord Sovereign. He's still fighting outside. Wait. What level is that sword? How could its aura be so terrifying? At this moment, whether it was humans or dire beasts, whether it was adults or children, they all looked at the scene in the sky, their faces full of shock. Central State. The people of the Dragon Slaying Palace did not need to explain in detail. When they saw this scene, they knew that it was real. Because they understood the situation outside, they immediately raised their hands and poured out their divine power without holding back. However, the beings of the eastern, northern, and southern regions knew nothing about the situation in the ancient world. Therefore, they were still hesitating. They were worried that the scene they were seeing now was all faked by the little boy. This is a sovereign divine weapon, an existence that can destroy our Black Tortoise World. What's even more terrifying is that the dragons have more than one sovereign divine weapon. If Qin Feiyang dies outside, our Black Tortoise World will also be destroyed. That's why I'm begging everyone, please release your divine power and lend us a hand. The little boy roared. What? More than one sovereign divine weapon? In the sky above a certain city, Pai Lupi and Theta Wang's eyes trembled. Brothers and sisters, friends, family. He's not joking, it's all true. Pai Lupi looked at the people in the city below and roared. Although the little boy was in the demonic land, he could still hear Pai Lupi's voice and couldn't help but feel moved. He immediately transmitted his voice. Your prestige in the Black Tortoise World is higher than mine and Qin Feiyang's. Quickly, tell them. That's not a problem. But we don't have the means to let all the beings in the Black Tortoise World hear our words. Pai Lupi said. I can. Just say it. The little boy hurriedly said. Okay. Brothers, friends, I am Pai Lupi. I am Theta Wang. What you've seen is real. The dragons are the rulers of the ancient world, but they are cruel and merciless. Whether it's humans or beasts, they are all ants in their eyes. Right now, the Lord Ruler is fighting a bloody battle with them outside, not for himself, but for the ancient world, for all living beings under the heaven. So, please lend a helping hand. Helping the Lord Ruler is also helping ourselves. Pai Lupi and Theta Wang spoke one after another. It's real. Brothers, these two lords won't lie to us. Okay. We'll help. But we have a request. Don't scatter the images of the Lord Ruler's battle. We want to watch the entire battle. We want to see the Lord Ruler defeat the dragons with our own eyes. The beings in the black tortoise world immediately roared. Okay. I promise you. The little boy was wild with joy. Immediately, all the beings in the black tortoise world released their divine power without holding back. In an instant, the sky above the black tortoise world turned into a sea of divine power. And those who hadn't stepped into the war god realm, they also released their battle auras. I thank you on behalf of Qin Feiyang. Seeing this scene, the little boy's eyes couldn't help but moisten. Then, he waved his little hand, and the divine power and battle aura that filled the sky instantly turned into a long river that surged in from all directions. Thank you, everyone. Yi Zhong and the others silently said in their hearts. Yes. Although the dragons had two sovereign divine weapons, Qin Feiyang had hundreds of millions of living beings behind him. All of them were his backing. Boom. The majestic divine power and battle aura surged in, endlessly pouring into the ancient castle. The ancient castle suddenly shook, and rays of even more brilliant divine light bloomed. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang's situation was precarious. The dark light protecting him had reached its limit. Clang! But just as the dark light was about to shatter, a muffled explosion sounded in his sea of consciousness. Then, an even more majestic dark light rolled out from between his eyebrows. The sharpness of the ice dragon sacred sword was completely blocked. This is impossible. Seeing this scene, the ice dragon's soul shook violently, its face filled with disbelief. Thank you so much, Qin Feiyang muttered in his heart. Because he already knew what happened in the black tortoise world. All the living beings were helping him at this moment. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I won't let you down. And at this moment, the living beings in the black tortoise world saw Qin Feiyang's face and heard Qin Feiyang's voice through the screen. Lord Sovereign, you have to do your best. We will always support you. Everyone shouted. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the ice dragon's soul, and said, See, even if I stand here without moving, you can't hurt me. I don't believe it. The ice dragon's soul was furious, raised the ice dragon's sacred sword, and once again attacked Qin Feiyang. Long Zun shouted, Let's hurry and help. Boom. Tens of thousands of dragons immediately released their divine power, carrying a destructive aura, and attacked Qin Feiyang, their eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 2934. Despicable. So many people actually joined forces against the Lord Ruler. The living beings of the black tortoise world were filled with anger when they saw this scene. But they didn't know that this was exactly what Qin Feiyang wanted. Little brat, now is the time. Cooperate with me and break the seal in one fell swoop. Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. Understood. The little boy replied. With a wave of his small hand, all of his divine power and battle chi instantly gathered in the sky above the Devil's Land. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stared at the Dragon Prince and the divine power of over 10,000 dragons, his eyes filled with determination. This time, he must break the ancient castle's seal. In the blink of an eye, rumble. The ice dragon sacred sword was the first to attack. Qin Feiyang saw the opportunity and directly used his glabella to meet it. A world-destroying aura instantly spread out. Following closely behind, the divine power of over 10,000 dragons also arrived, and destructive fluctuations spread out in all directions. Now, Qin Feiyang roared, gritting his teeth as he used all of his strength to resist the ice dragon's sacred sword and meet the divine power. With a loud bang, the divine power also fiercely struck his glabella. At the same time, inside the black tortoise world, the little boy's eyes were like torches as he suddenly pressed his small hand down. The roaring divine power and battle chi in the sky instantly turned into a pillar of light that shot into the ancient castle. Clang! The ancient castle immediately trembled as a monstrous divine power surged out. The divine light that shot out was even more dazzling than the scorching sun. The next moment, 12 figures appeared outside the ancient castle. It was Wang Chang, the old woman, and the others. The moment these people appeared, the ancient castle suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Where's the ancient castle? Everyone was bewildered. The seal of the ancient castle has been broken. They went out to help. The little boy was abnormally excited. He looked at Wang Chang and the others and shouted, "You'd better behave yourselves. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, he raised his head to look at the image in the sky. Outside. At the same time the ancient castle disappeared, the space between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows once again exploded with a loud, muffled sound. It was the sound of the seal being broken. "Come out, castle!" Qin Feiyang roared. The next moment, a black light shot out from between Qin Feiyang's brows, and instantly struck towards the Ice Dragon Holy Sword. With a loud clang, the Ice Dragon Holy Sword was actually sent flying on the spot. The Ice Dragon's soul was stunned. Long Zun and the others were also stunned. What was going on? "I've finally broken the seal." A smile finally appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He waved his hand, and the black light made a turn in the air. Then, it returned in front of him, and revealed its true form. If it wasn't the castle, then who could it be? That's it. The eyes of Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons trembled. They all had a deep impression of the ancient castle. Back in the North Sea Star River, it was this castle that single-handedly crushed all the heaven-defying divine artifacts and forced them to flee in panic. After so many years, the ancient castle appeared once again. "I want to thank you all for helping me break the seal of the ancient castle." Qin Feiyang looked at the Dragon Prince, Dragon Sovereign, and the others and smiled. "What?" Dragon Sovereign's eyes trembled. "Yes. I did that just now to break the seal of the ancient castle. Because ever since the battle in the North Sea, the ancient castle has been sealed by the small beast. You might not know that golden small beast, but the Ice Dragon knows it. I heard that it's the companion of the god of creation. However, the greatest credit for being able to break the seal is the living beings of the Black Tortoise world. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to do it. When I opened the slaughter domain, it was them who helped me. Now, when I broke the seal, it was also them who helped me. They are my, Qin Feiyang's, backing. And I, Qin Feiyang, will forever protect them." Qin Feiyang smiled. These words were not only said to Dragon Sovereign and the others, but also to all the living beings of the Black Tortoise world. This was his, Qin Feiyang's, promise. "Did you hear that? The Lord Ruler said that he will always protect us. Everything we did was worth it." The living beings of the Black Tortoise world were extremely moved when they heard Qin Feiyang's words. Actually, although many things had been endorsed by Pai Lupi and Theta Wang over the years, everyone knew in their hearts that behind the two of them was Qin Feiyang. Whether it was the spirit vein, the crystal vein, or the herbs, they were all selflessly given to them by Qin Feiyang. They could be where they were today because of Qin Feiyang. So, they had always been grateful to Qin Feiyang. They were also glad that they could meet such a good ruler. However, when Dragon Sovereign and the others heard these words, they were furious. Originally, they wanted to kill Qin Feiyang, but they didn't expect that they would end up helping Qin Feiyang instead. The ancient castle broke the seal. This ancient castle's strength had already surpassed the ruler's divine weapon back then. What about now? Wouldn't it be even stronger? Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the ancient castle. "All these years, I've wronged you." The ancient castle buzzed, which could be considered as a response to Qin Feiyang. "I really blame myself. You and Chang Shui have always been by my side, protecting me. But what about me? Chang Shui was snatched away by that damn small beast. I couldn't do anything. You were sealed by that small beast, and I could only watch helplessly. I'm really sorry. But I believe that sooner or later, I will definitely defeat Small Beast. Now, let's work together and get rid of these obstacles in front of us first. Qin Feiyang roared. That's right. In his eyes, the dragons were just an obstacle to him finding Small Beast for revenge. Clang. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, the ancient castle shook violently, and a shocking aura rolled out. This aura had already reached the level of a ruler's divine weapon. Looking at the ancient castle at this moment, Qin Feiyang was wild with joy. It had finally evolved into a ruler's divine weapon. Impossible. Dragon Sovereign and the 10 ancestor dragons were shocked. You don't know, right? The ancient castle has already merged with the Black Tortoise realm. It's growing every moment. The ruler's divine weapon is just the beginning. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ancient castle immediately grew in size. In an instant, it became a giant fortress that was hundreds of feet tall and charged toward the Ice Dragon's sacred sword. Ruler's divine weapon. The Ice Dragon's soul stared at the ancient castle and roared fiercely, I really underestimated your strength. He grabbed the Ice Dragon's sacred sword and charged toward the ancient castle. Clang. The two rulers' divine weapons collided violently. Heaven and earth roared. However, even if the two rulers' divine weapons collided, it couldn't shake the heavenly prison. Above the heavenly prison, Lin Yi looked at the ancient castle with a smile in her eyes. The sloppy old man also had a look of emotion. This young man is really full of miracles, but Dragon Sovereign and the others suddenly changed their expressions. Now there was no Ice Dragon's barrier, no ruler's realm, and no ruler's divine weapons protection. The confrontation between the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword was enough to destroy them instantly. Therefore, the group of people immediately turned around and flew away without looking back. The Ice Dragon's soul was different from Qin Feiyang. One was protected by the ancient castle, and the other was protected by the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, so they wouldn't be hurt. So what if you have a ruler's divine weapon? You will never be able to make up for the gap in cultivation. The Ice Dragon's soul roared, and divine power roared out as it rushed toward Qin Feiyang. But before it could get close to Qin Feiyang, it was shattered by the ancient castle's divine power. The Ice Dragon's soul was furious. It stared at Qin Feiyang and roared, if you have the guts, let's go to the north and fight. He could tell that only by killing Qin Feiyang would the curtains of this battle be drawn to an end. Why not? Qin Feiyang said coldly. He also intended to quickly finish off the dragon's prince. He then looked up at the ancient castle and said, I will leave this place to you. After saying that, he turned around and used the walk formula to rush toward the north. The Ice Dragon's soul's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and it followed closely behind. They couldn't intervene in the battle between the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword, so they let the two rulers' divine weapons fight in the inner sea. Their battlefield naturally couldn't be in the inner sea. Because if it was in the inner sea, the ancient castle and the Ice Dragon's sacred sword would have to be distracted to protect them, and they couldn't exert their full strength.